another button too. Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Hello, VCC TV. Hello, Summer Child. Hello, Thisby. Hello, Logan MC. Happy to be here. Happy to have you here, friendo. You're a name I don't recognize in YouTube chat, so welcome. Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, A Carrier Exploration. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, Larsers. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Brianna Huffman. Hello, LG Thesian. Your username, every single time I see it, every single time, I have like the instinctual response of LGBT. Like, I want to say LGBT, like, that's your username, but it is clearly not. I'm sorry. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Uchronian. Hello, Koopa Shell. Hello, one and all. How y'all doing today? KBS, I see you in chat. Gamer G, I see you. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Oh, Penny, looks like you're here too? Hell yeah. Trans Girl Jade, did I see her in chat? I think I did. Hello. Hello, Micah. Hello, everybody. Yeah, we have a lot of developments coming out of the Iowa caucus tonight. We should be shortly getting kind of the finalized results. Obviously, like, I was paying attention to this all night. Like, Trump won with like less than 1% of the vote actually tallied at the Iowa caucus, which is not surprising. They do a lot of like exit polling during the Iowa caucus. So what ended up happening was, you know, they extrapolated from the exit polls that he won. Yes, we're talking about caucuses tonight. So it's not surprising that Trump won. It's also, it's been a bit more up in the air about who would take second place, but as we can see here, Ron DeSantis looks on track to be being the runner-up with 8 delegates. Nikki Haley running up with 7, but a difference of about 2% between the two of them, which is, you know, not surprising. Nikki Haley has been closing in on Ron DeSantis, but DeSantis still has a significant lead over Haley when it comes to the Republican base. Nikki, my queen. But if, like, Donald Trump were to be taken out, then it's kind of anyone's game, because obviously with him having 51% of the Republican base, like, that's significant enough that it could really shake up who's the leader if he were taken out of the race somehow, right? Now, sup, it's me. I've been to a caucus, very caucusy. True. True. I do also find it funny, like when as a lefty, right, covering the Iowa caucus, it's interesting to me how Republicans tend to have a, you know, restrictions for thee, but not for me type attitude, right? Especially when it comes to voting, right? Like, caucuses are, basically, Trans Girl Jade, caucuses are like the equivalent of like going, can we get a show of hands for how many people support X or Y candidate? And then just like, okay, it looks like the X candidate has it, you know? That's basically kind of the electoral equivalent of a caucus. They are so incredibly informal. Here is a video taken from the Iowa caucus tonight. Just a small one. Basically, all these people show up in a room, and they just put their little ballot slip into these brown paper bags. That's how this works. No. This is Iowa's GOP primary, Trans Girl Jade. So this isn't the preliminary before the primary. This is the primary. In the state of Iowa, right? So we are. This is officially kicking off the primary season, and it is, you know, not determinative. Like, it's not like Republicans who win the Iowa caucus always win the primary. But it is interesting to see kind of where, you know, the Republican voter base is, you know? Put the ballots in the bag and nobody gets hurt. Well, like, the other thing is, like, again, these people are so dedicated to, oh, we need voter ID. We need voter ID. Election security. Election security. And then, meanwhile, like, internally, their election process is like, okay, you know, we just get a bunch of randos in the room, and then we put ballot slips in the bag. Okay. You know, it's not a secure process. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. I don't know. You know, if I were to play the same card Republicans have been playing for like the last 20 years, I could be like, "Oh, this is rigged. Clearly Trump rigged the Iowa caucus in order to win it. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Oh, they checked IDs at the door. Oh, well, we all know how secure that is. Underage teens never get fake IDs to be able to get into places they shouldn't be. Like again, this is just I'm just regurgitating like what the Republican conspiratorial line is about voting in general, and trying to use it to point out their internal primary process is absolutely subject to even less standards than the standards they want to impose upon the entire country outside of the Republican Party. Again, it's rules for thee and not for me. Having a super hard time tonight? I'm sorry to hear that, Ms. Milena. Do you at least have to be a member of the party to vote? You do have to be a member of the party. So they are likely checking IDs. But my main point is just that checking IDs, not an actual, like, foolproof way of determining who can and can't vote in your little informal caucus. You know? Anyone who's, like, bounced at a club can tell you. Let's see. It's okay, they're mostly white. Cishet. Yeah, maybe that's it. Tipster, hello! How you doing? Thank you for being here. Hello, Snoogan. Also, sorry for the late start tonight. I was editing different stream stuff, and then made some dinner for my partner. You know. Hey, Explosion, how you doing? Doing pretty good, just chilling? Hell yeah. We're just chilling too, covering the news of the day here. Also, I know I pointed this out on Twitter, but, you know, for those of you who don't follow me on Twitter, here's Donald Trump on the campaign trail in Iowa, right before the Iowa caucus, delivering some pizzas. That's a lot of pizza. That's a lot of pizza. Now, what is your main takeaway from this short clip, chat? And if you follow me on Twitter, you can't, no spoilerinos, okay? What is your main takeaway from seeing this clip? I'll play it again. Aw, Ms. Milena, thank you for gifting a sub to Tipster.
Carrot.
I have some too.
Yeah, I'm sure getting a real ID or enhanced ID is totally gonna crack down and fix all of the problems with fake IDs. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, how many of you watched this clip and said, "Oh my, what a feat of athletic prowess. That's my president, fit as a fiddle. My goodness, what an athletic feat. I can't believe it. He has the strength of like 20 presidents." Right? Because that's what conservatives are saying about it on Twitter. Trump is carrying around 8 pizzas like it's nothing. Biden would faceplant with more than 2. It's just like, what? 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 This is not an athletic feat to be proud of. Dude, he's carrying 8 pizzas like it's nothing. Like Trump supporters are treating this like it's like seeing like a mother lift a car with like a boost of adrenaline in a crisis situation. They're like, "Oh my god." It's not a lot of weight, guys. Pizza doesn't weigh that much. Hey, boiled peanuts, how you doing? Pizza, pizza. Is this Little Caesars? Can we confirm? Humanist Report just had a report saying that GOP voters literally refused to support Vivek because of his brown skin and religion. Yeah. Like, is that really surprising to anybody? Like, is that seriously like surprising to folks? Because like, did I pull it up? I don't think I pulled it up yet. Like, folks, if you're surprised to find out that like the Republican Party is incredibly racist, we literally just did a story about how Charlie Kirk and the entire Turning Point USA organization is attacking Martin Luther King Jr. Like to a degree that is actually like some of the most mask off I've ever seen from like representatives of the Republican Party. Let's throw this up here. This is Charlie Kirk, head of Turning Point USA. The deification of MLK and his proto-DEI ideology. You see, this is exactly. By the way, we're gonna break this down. Proto-DEI ideology is just civil rights for black people. Civil rights for black and brown people. When he says proto-DEI, he means like having voting protections for black and brown people. You know? Marks the exact moment that the progress of Black America goes sideways. Their cities disintegrate, their families collapse, educational progress stagnates. They become enormously dependent on government support. Crime explodes and 25% of black men are incarcerated by age 25. You will know the tree by its fruit. This is straight up Nazi talking points. Okay? I've talked about like Nazism for a while here on this channel. This is straight up what Nazis say. This is like, and if you want to like really nitpick about it, you might say, "Oh, well, some Nazis wouldn't say that." But like, okay, if you really wanted to nitpick, all white supremacists say this. This is the main talking point of like the Ku Klux Klan, okay? This is like a recruitment flyer for the KKK. And this is coming from one of the largest mainstream conservative like propaganda networks in the country. You know? I remember people saying the far right spewing harmful rhetoric in 2016. Was spewing harmful rhetoric in 2016, and they were, but now it's so blatant. It's insane how public they are with their bigotry. Yeah, like, you can compare this to 2016. You know, you had Trump holding up the pride flag, and on it was written like, you know, LGBTs for Trump, you know, and like there would be lip service paid from Republicans about how great Martin Luther King Jr. was, and they would say like, if Martin Luther King Jr. was alive now, he'd be a Republican, or like they'd reference his "I Have a Dream" speech and say like, this is really Republican messaging, you know, and now they aren't doing that, which tells you a couple of things. It tells you how much farther right the party has gone, how much more normalized this Nazi white supremacist rhetoric is. You know? Hopefully, what we will see in 2024 is the ultimate defeat of this rhetoric. Because, like, honestly, you can't get more explicit about how not, like, neo-Nazi you are outside of, like, just committing far-right terrorism. Like, that's the last step in the radicalization here, right? The last step in the radicalization is, like, violence predicated on that rhetoric. So, my hope is that this is defeated and the Republican Party recalibrates, and like these billionaire donors that hold the leashes of these Republican talking heads finally rein in their dogs, you know? But I'm not at all convinced that is going to be the outcome. You know? How is Ohio no going? I don't know what that means. We're talking Iowa, not Ohio. Ohio in the brain today. That's fair. Things in Ohio are bad as well. It would be really nice if the attempt to go mask off in the Republican Party was soundly defeated. That would be very, very nice. It's true. I did beat Baldur's Gate 3 last night. What's happening in Ohio? Oh, they de facto banned like trans healthcare in Ohio. It's not great. I once saw Emmanuel Macron carry 9 pizzas and an order of crazy bread. Checkmate conservatives. Yeah, I mean, like maybe the conservatives are onto something here. Maybe we should choose our president based on which side can produce someone who lifts the most pizzas. It can be like our version of the Sword and the Stone, except except it's pizza instead of a badass sword from a fey creature in a pond. That's true. You should have to eat the pizza you lift, you know, just to show your self-reliance. Your ability to provide for yourself. I think they should televise the entire process. You know, you got to see your candidate order the pizza, go to the pizza parlor, interact with the cashier, get the pizzas, and transport them to whoever is getting the pizza, you know? What's shaking? Hey, Nerg Pup, how you doing? Could be Italian food in general. Alfredo is mad heavy. just judge presidential candidates on their Italian food orders. Hey, Resonate, how you doing? Okay, so we now have confirmation those were not Little Caesars pizzas. I repeat, they were not Little Caesars pizzas. They were from a local pizza place. There is video of him picking him up. Well, damn. Joe Biden needs to get on this, okay? We need to get Joe Biden carrying 10 pizzas. Okay? He needs to order from a local pizza parlor, carry 10 of them, and deliver them personally. You know, and this is just going to escalate into like each candidate just has to work as like a pizza delivery driver for like the next 6 months. It's going to be great. You know, and if you don't get your pizza within 30 minutes from your presidential candidate, it's free. Hey, calibrating. Hippie Mama of 2, welcome back. Have you seen Joe Biden on a bike? He can do it. Yeah, we'll call it the Peter Parker Pizza Challenge, okay? Peter Parker pizza time. You gotta ride like a little moped through New York City streets to deliver pizza. Dark Brandon could handle 15 pizzas with stuffed crust. You know, this could be the catalyst for legalizing, like a federal push to legalize weed. You know, they're around pizzas that much, they're gonna get the munchies. In other news, Joe Biden successfully delivers 3 deep dish from Gino's East. People call it very presidential. Oh, damn. Yeah, we have to, like, does a deep dish count as 2 pizzas? My goodness. But yeah, like, oh man, Chris Christie got 35 votes. Asa Hutchinson got 190. Ryan Binkley got 763. And Vivek got, Vivek got like 7.7. That's not nothing. But man, he dropped off from his peak real hard. And apparently he gave a speech pulling out of the race. Let's see if we can find that.
Yes. Yes. We better be ready to. We better be ready to. It's what needs to be done, Kathleen, in this country. It's what needs to be done. We need to put an end. Everything that I stood for, I said you this in the beginning of the race. We'd rather speak the truth and lose this election than to win by playing some fake game of political snakes and ladders. And so, here's the thing about me. Whatever it is in the next phase that we do, I'm not going to be changing what I say to dance to any tune other than the one that's the best for this country. And so you have my word on that. Everything that we stood for in this campaign.
This audio is so scuffed.
Of the federal bureaucracy. Actually,
yeah, he was. Just remember, guys, just as a quick refresher, Vivek was running on cutting 75% of the government. Like, dude, that's not a real platform. It's not a real platform.
Standing for 3 branches of government rather than 4, reviving our missing national purpose as Americans, filling that void in the mind of the next generation that is lost. We will continue on that journey and make sure we accomplish that in whatever best way we can. To be honest with you, the best way I could have done it is as your next president. And that's why we made the choice we did for the last year. But that's not our choice. That doesn't belong to us. That belongs to the people of this country. And in some deeper sense, it belongs to God, actually. And so we will make sure that if I have, whatever I do, Kathleen, I cannot be your next president unless the people of this country vote for it. But whatever we do, we will do our part to make sure everything that we have told you we're going to do for this country, we will do everything in our power. We will stop at nothing. We will not hold ourselves back. Everything we can while speaking the truth at every step. I'm going to work hard to make sure that, yes, we protect the borders of this nation. That, yes, we shut down the deep state that is the threat to our future existence of our nation. That we revive national pride in these kids and their generation. So everything we said still stands. We're going to do everything in our power to make it so. I could have done it best as your next president, but the people of this country, the choice belongs to them, and we're going to respect the choice that they made. And I'm going to ask you to respect the choice that we made in actually leading this forward. So we love you back. We love all of you for being part of this movement. Tomorrow night, I expect, we have some, we might actually just get to spend a night sleeping in our bed in Ohio for the first time in a long time. We might just be heading there right from here, and I think that's a decision we just made. But tomorrow, I'm going to appear with Donald Trump at a rally in New Hampshire to lay out what I see and what we see for the future of the country. And you know what? We're going to do our part to save this country. And I'm going to ask you guys to celebrate.
I wonder if that indicates that Donald Trump wants him as his VP. I wonder. Vivek has been very ride or die for Trump. Like, the entire time, he's been very careful. This could be his way of, like, gunning for the VP seat. And it could be like how could Trump be racist? He has a brown person as his VP. Like, that could be the argument here. For real life.
Here is my boat tax. Please take me away from here.
Drago Vitricortis, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And my goodness, I just saw the notifications. Penny, thank you for gifting a sub to LG Thesian, and to Batman, and to yourself. Thank you so much, Penny. I'd say he wants to be VP. Whether Trump will take him up on it is up in the air. Yeah, the main reason I would say that Trump would take him up on it is because, one, I think it helps Trump, and two, like, it helps to provide cover for Trump, and two, this guy has been riding Trump's dick nonstop on the campaign trail, so, like, it wouldn't be out of left field, let's say, you know? Let's see here.
Not the end of this
Sorry, I got distracted real quick.
campaign, but the beginning of the next phase of our movement. So may our best days be ahead of us, guys. God bless you and your families, and we love you all and everything you've done.
He gutted Vivek for being two-faced. Yeah, but, like, when Trump says something, it doesn't really matter much because, like, he's capricious. You know, he changes his mind all the time.
And we're not going anywhere, guys, so thank you. And you know what? Let's turn on the music and keep this party going. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Goodness. Bye, bitch! Hopefully we don't see him again, but I wouldn't get my hopes up too much. My goodness. This entire thing is absolutely, I mean, none of this is unexpected, right? Like, at this point, 95% of the votes from the Iowa caucus are in. Like, we got the results we have. Some people are saying, well, Trump didn't win by a lot here, but, like, considering the crowded field, Trump winning by 30 points from his closest competitor is a pretty clean sweep. You know, that's a big one, considering how, like, populated the field was. And yeah, like, Haley has gone, like, you know, claws out this entire time. Really been going for the jugular. I don't think he would pick DeSantis. I mean, he might, but even DeSantis has been trying to distance himself from Trump. So, like, I don't think that would really fly either. Plus, like, Well, you know, maybe Ron DeSantis would have the knock-on effect of making Trump look good by virtue of being, you know, old puddin' fingers Ron, you know? I think he'll pick Nikki. The other thing that Nikki has going against her is that she's a woman, you know? Like I think more than anything, like a VP pick is kind of designed to like try and shore up demographics that Trump doesn't appeal to, or like a candidate doesn't appeal to. And I think that's Vivek. But, you know, I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Do you know what the Minnesota primary looks like? I don't know. I just put all of the primaries into my phone schedule, so we'll be talking about the primaries as we go through them throughout the next several months. You know. Trump getting over 50 says a lot. A lot of votes. A lot of voters. Number 2 pick was probably Trump as well. It's not looking like there's a pathway for any other candidate. Yeah. But that's the thing, Dylan. There never was really a pathway for any of the candidates. But what they're running for, and like what Nikki Haley and DeSantis are banking on, are like something happening that prevents Trump from actually going through with the election. You know? So they're running for different reasons. They're also probably running for potential cabinet spots. All right. Let's move on from this. How y'all doing tonight? I know we kind of jumped right into stream today, but we got so much to talk about and cover. Hope you're doing well, folks. And we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the stream, remember to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and remember to hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And consider dropping some subs or donos, because those help me to not die, and I need that sweet, sweet support to help me pay my rent and have things like health insurance. And when you drop subs and donos, you help me do things like get electrolysis, and you know, that's just supporting a trans homie. Okay, you literally become anti-transphobic by doing that. So yeah. Do you think Trump will have to drop? I don't think Trump will have to drop. I think Trump, well, let me put it this way. I think if Trump goes to prison, that's really bad for his campaign, especially if he goes to prison in such a way that it triggers like the 14th Amendment, because that will bar him from holding office. And also there's the possibility that, you know, he's old, he could die from like a heart attack or something. You know, if you kept the offer to say fart for every $2 donated, I've thought about it a lot. And I think I will keep the offer on the table since somebody requested it today. I will keep the offer on the table for every $2 you guys donate in either subs or direct donos. I will say the word farts. I will do that. I will stare directly into the camera as best as I am able and say farts. Someone mentioned, like, you know, if only you'd kept the offer of saying farts on the table for $2. And you know what? If you guys request it in a stream, I will introduce it. Okay? That's bound to be someone's kink. Well, I'm not doing it for the kink. I'm doing it for the comedy. Sometimes the two go hand in hand. There's gonna be a fartathon. No. For real. I like in my head I can see it right now. Like in my head, at some point in the future, we do a fartathon stream where I lower that cost to $1 per fart. You know?
Do e.
Well, Salmon Moose just donated 10 tier 1 subs. Which is 25 farts. All right. Gotta make sure my makeup's okay. Farts. 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 This is the content we've been waiting for. You know, if anyone ever watches or finds these clips, I'm gonna have a hell of a time explaining what I do for a living. Suffering for the farts? True. For the farts and entertainment. Did somebody clip that? I mean, I'll probably just upload me saying farts 150 times. How much for actual fart noises? No.
I have the weirdest timing.
On visual. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Farts. Farts. Hey, Ms. Milena. I feel so proud of what I've begun. Oh no, 150 farts is going to be a YouTube clip. I'm just going to upload it as 150 farts. That's what it's going to be called. I'm sorry, the fart life. I didn't choose the fart life. The fart life chose me, okay? Even at $5 a fart noise? No, I can't do... I've found that actual fart noises disturb too many viewers. It's like a hearing thing, you know? Oh my god. Am I late for the fart stream? Yep. Mike B! Not for me asking for a friend. Who even offers a great deal like that? True enough. Farts for you, my friend. It's why like half of you leave whenever I do whenever I like do fake ASMR, you know? God. I hope you all know my partner is judging me so hard right now. Hard-hitting political commentary served with a side of farts. True. Truly, together we have all developed a fart of gold. Shh. Clarice must be so proud. Are you proud? Are you proud, honey? Yeah? I love you. I wasn't expecting a really heartfelt answer for that. It's not like the credibility of politics currently is going to go down. True. Oh god, the farticles of Confederation. Honestly, the best part of fart stream is the puns. You guys are so gay. You guys have no idea how gay we are. It's so it's excessive. If Jack were conservative, this would literally improve the quality of the discourse exponentially. So true. So true. Oh god. All right. Next bit of content. I just wanted to show you guys this because it's fun. It's a TikTok I came across. POV. You're at a wedding and the bride and groom.
If not, I gotta move on to the next floor. Here comes the 3 to the 2 to the 1. Homeboy tripping, he don't know I got the gun. When it come to pop, we do this for fun. You ain't got one stick and you better run. Now I'm in the back.
This works so well. This works so well. Oh, slowly throughout the video, they keep remixing more and more of the Final Fantasy VII's battle music into it. It's so good. It's okay. It's okay, Gamer G. It'll be okay. He's a really good DJ. Love his vids. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah. He made it himself? Yeah, like a lot of DJs do like original remixes, you know? Is Meatball Run conceding? Okay. Also, we have another video, just real quick. Remember how I told you guys that the Houthi rebels might not be the good guys? They might actually be like, I don't know, crazy religious fundamentalists who are like bad, actually. Here's a video of one of the Houthi rebels saying, "I swear to God, America and Israel, we will eat you like hell." And to demonstrate his point, he does this, which I do not recommend this. You know, don't do this at home. Don't eat embers from a fire, chat. Don't do it. Is he eating? He is eating like he's literally eating like burning twigs. Yeah, he's like that's on fire. He's eating it to really prove his point. Like, maybe these guys aren't completely hinged and good. Why not? Is it not nutritious? Oddly enough, it will not fire up your your body's various functions. Yeah, rule of thumb, if something's been on fire recently, don't eat it. God, dude. Does that make me a rebel? I mean, I guess if you're eating fire, you know, they'd probably be pretty impressed. Also, can we just take a moment, courtesy of Ravana? Here's Elon Musk. Literally 2 days ago. My guess is that Vivek will far exceed the polls when the votes are counted. This man is literally allergic to being correct. Vivek Ramaswamy is dropping out of the 2024 presidential race. My God. My God. Elon Musk cannot be right about anything. Like, if you're gonna prognosticate the future, just guess whatever is the opposite of what Elon Musk is saying will happen. My goodness. Okay. Also, let's go over Tom McDonald. Tom McDonald, I think, is a conservative comedian. I don't think I've covered him before, but he posted like a 1 minute long video to Twitter, and I figure we'll cover it, because why not? First of all, first impression, could 2024 be the year nature rights enter the political mainstream?
Could 2024 be the year that nature rights enter the political mainstream? Shut the f*** up. You're gonna give plants rights? I know human beings who shouldn't have rights, and they identify as plants. What are you gonna...
Like, what a weird way to open up your joke. I know human beings who shouldn't have rights. That's just like a that's just like a blatantly racist or fascist thing to say. Like, only some people deserve rights. Some people are identifying as attack helicopters, but like, it's plants this time. They literally don't have more jokes. There's a joke shortage in the Republican Party. My God. They're having to wait in the joke lines to get their daily joke, and it's just the one. Hey, Lady Luna Wolf. Welcome to riverboat.gg. And by riverboat.gg, I mean the Riverboat Jack on Twitch.
Gonna give plants the right to do. We gave people the right to a democracy, and half of them decided to be communists. We gave rights to women, and it's been nothing but problems ever since.
Okay, so this is coming fast and furious. What rights are we going to give plants to do? Probably be plants and, like, not die so they can do the job of storing CO2 so we don't cook our planet alive. All right?
We gave people the right to a democracy, and half of them decided to be communists.
I wish that was true. That would be cool and based, and we would have a very different society. Again, conservatives just describing how I wish reality actually was.
We gave rights to women, and it's been nothing but problems ever since.
This is just like, how does anyone take this seriously? This is like a guy trying to make a joke about how he beats his wife, and the joke is that he doesn't actually beat his wife, which isn't a joke. That's just saying a lie. But this is like about every woman, you know? And it's not, this isn't a joke. This is just like misogyny. There's no additional context to the joke other than, haha, women shouldn't be able to vote.
Imagine what diversity hires are going to look like. Like, how's a eucalyptus plant going to feel when he's ringing up a head of lettuce at the grocery store?
That doesn't even make sense, because plants don't go shopping at the grocery store. Why are you assuming that the rights that the plant would get would be like to employment? Plants don't have jobs. This is just a dipshit looking at a headline and making a set of assumptions that are clearly and obviously and logically incorrect, which makes it extraordinarily bad comedy.
Says the guy that tattooed his.
True. Also, farts. Farts. Thank you, Catalina Gearbox.
Hollywood, don't get into your wacky f***ing ideas either. We all want to see Nicolas Cage play a tree, but we don't want to see a tree play Nicolas Cage.
Counterpoint. I do want to see a tree play Nicolas Cage. That has the potential to be either very funny or groundbreaking science. It's one of the two. Like, I would watch a movie about a tree that just speaks in Nicolas Cage's voice. That would literally be amazing. Or like a tree slowly becomes Nicolas Cage in like some sort of surreal art film. That would be cool. I would like that.
I don't give a shit how inclusive and groundbreaking you think that would be. Hurry up and get your Plant Lives Matter t-shirt and post a green square on your Instagram or the woke mob's gonna label you as plant phobic.
Well, plant lives literally do matter. Without plants, we would all die.
Disgusting fern burners. We're gonna give plants the right to free speech, the right to vote. We got a president too old to remember he's the president, a country on the verge of economic collapse, 1 foot in 3 separate wars, open borders, and an entire generation that doesn't know the difference between a man and a woman.
Wait, okay, there was so much incorrect here. All right. We're gonna give plants the right to free speech. Okay, even if we did this, how on earth would it affect anything about anybody's life? How would even hypothetically granting this, how would this do anything? Okay? Or the right to vote? Again, how would this change anything? Plants literally can't get up and Pokemon go to the polls. Okay. We got a president too old to remember he's the president, a country on the verge of economic collapse, 1 foot in 3 separate wars, citation needed on that one, open borders, an entire yeah, we have open borders. Yep. Exactly. There's just so many open borders. It's incredible. Which is why we're, routinely rounding up people in our country and putting them in cages. Yep. That's why we have an entire border patrol. And an entire generation that doesn't know the difference between a man and a woman. And what's the difference, Tom? I'm sure you could articulate that very well.
Plants. F this Greta Thunberg crunchy granola bullshit. Fire up the coal mines. Pump that oil. We got real problems to solve. And they...
Hey, I wonder if Tom McDonald is aware that when last time we fired up all of the coal mines, like, people started dying of, like, the black lung, and, like, you couldn't live in a city because there was so much smog you would literally, like, choke to death on like, your coal-infused phlegm. Like, I wonder if he knows that if you just, like, do that, life gets worse for everybody.
They aren't how your front lawn feels when you decide to cut the grass. Could 2024 be the year?
Anyway, I've now seen 1 minute of Tom McDowell's, or McDonald's? What? Tom McDonald's comedy. This isn't comedy. This is just a guy saying things with confidence that are clearly wrong, that he didn't take, like, 1 second to think through. Like, that's the difference between, like, a comedian doing comedy and just, like, I don't know, some dipshit down at the hardware store ranting about how good things used to be when he, like, sniffed glue and licked lead paint. He's a MAGA rapper. He's trying to move into comedy, if you could call it that. Cool. So he doesn't know oil production in the U.S. is at an all-time high? Nope. Conservatives literally think if a Democrat gets elected into office, that all oil production in the U.S. stops. Yeah, here's the Linky. There you go. Okay, also, just a PSA from Bill Nye.
I'm kidding. Greetings, Bill Nye here with more on masks. Here's a map of the United States. The red ink shows where people are wearing masks. The black ink shows where people are getting sick with coronavirus. I hope you can see the fewer the masks, the more the sick. And there's a perception that a virus can travel through the fibers of a mask like this red dot. Because viruses don't travel by themselves. No, they travel in little droplets of spit and snot. And the fibers are a tangle. So when the droplet gets into the fibers of a mask, it gets trapped. This is not that hard to understand, everybody. That's why we have rules about wearing a mask. Now you know about rules. You pay taxes on the whole road, but you only get to drive on one side at a time. Otherwise, so everyone, please wear a mask. Thank you. Oh, you can hear me fine, right through the mask.
No, Bill, we all know sound stops whenever you start wearing a mask. The sound waves bounce off of the cloth fiber and end. No one can hear you, Bill. Based Bill Nye, and also based reminder to wear masks, especially when you know you're going to be around a lot of people, you know? Let's see. Oh, also, I was reminded of this. Guys, do you remember G4 TV? How many of you remember G4 TV? Good night, winners, losers. Me, of course. Yeah. Hell yeah, G4. Okay. So for those of you who don't know what G4 is, it was a channel dedicated to video games, right? And we need to talk about a clip I was recently made aware of that aired on G4. And I do not know what the context of this is. All I know is I think we'll notice something in this video. Okay, keep an eye out. See if you can figure it out. All right?
Sora, there's no time. I can't hold him back much longer. Go, end this now.
Live action Kingdom Hearts.
We will find each other again.
That's crazy.
Shadow after shadow, each struggle preparing me for this final confrontation.
Your journey ends here, boy. There is darkness inside every heart.
I don't know. Is there anything maybe we could see in this clip that's kind of insane to know aired on network television not that long ago? I wonder, is that what I think it is? Is this blackface in a live action Kingdom Hearts skit being put on G4? Yep. Yes, it is. I don't know how no one noticed or said maybe we shouldn't do blackface in the Kingdom Hearts live action performance. Maybe we shouldn't do that. And then Sephiroth was there. Anyway, they couldn't find a black actor in LA? Nope, I guess not. Dude, okay. Also, pro tip, it's 2024 now, okay? If you have to consider, should I darken my skin for this cosplay? The answer is no. Don't do that, actually. Avalon of Babylon. We're just going over the G4 clip of Kingdom Hearts blackface. Looks like the Video Game Awards. I don't know what the context of this is. If anybody does remember, let me know. But that's insane, dude. Like, who was like, nah, dude, this is fine. This is fine. You're just being, you know, you're getting into character. You know, put the shoe polish on your face. Like, what the hell are you doing? Unless the character is like a literal monster. Yeah, like if you're cosplaying like, you know, a monster, sure, go for it. Like no one's like, "Oh yeah, if you're wearing a mask, you like put like black eyeliner on like crazy to like blend in with the mask." No one has a problem there, okay? It's when you do your entire face. Anyway, just thought that was really bizarre, cause wait, also, yeah, no. So, for the record, right? Like, this is the character. This is the character being cosplayed as here. How did you look at this character and go, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll do blackface for this character. Why? Why? Like, you can find like a darker version, I guess, but like it's not like you look at this character in other games and you're like, yes, we need to go full on blackface for this one. What? Why? Why would you, like, at no point you didn't say, well, we're not even getting the skin tone right here. They didn't need to darken their face at all? God. Like, this is actually insane to me. Like, because this isn't that long ago. Like, this is from, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Like, 10 to 15 years ago, blackface on television is insane to me. Actually unreal. Did G4 do a lot of sexism too? Yeah. Like, it was very much a product of like that that era of video games that was really informed by like going after the horny teenager demographic. That really was big in advertising. Like, if you look up video game ads from that era, like you'll straight up find ones that are like playing your N64 is better than having sex, you know? It was over 20 years ago? Nah, I don't believe that. I think Blackface Anthem was definitely more recent than that. Like, when did Tech TV and G4 merge? No idea. GameStop wanted X-Play. It was 2003. Whoa, you found the year of the clip? Wait, no. You're talking about Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. Yeah, literally, it was an era of like game journalism where people were like, "Yeah, Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. It's a great game because you can masturbate to it." Like that was literally like a thing openly talked about. I got to know the local Sega sales rep. 50% of her job description was wearing a short skirt. That's crazy. In the late 90s. Damn. Oh, the video clip? Okay, this video clip is from 2003. Okay, so literally over 20 years ago. It's because of the graphics. True. Mm-hmm. Insane, dude. Maybe this was around the launch of Final Fantasy 2. Kingdom Hearts 2? Maybe. I zone out, now we're masturbating to something. Yeah, Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. Keep up. Oh my goodness. We also have to talk a little bit about this story. So, folks, remember we talked a bit about Operation Underground Railroad and the movie The Sound of Freedom? Does anyone remember we talked about these two things? We did a couple segments on Sound of Freedom.
G4 bought Tech TV so they could have X-Play and Attack of the Show.
That's true. Uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh. Also, farts, Catalina Gearbox. Thank you very much for the $5 dono. So basically, to kind of recap where we're at, Operation Underground Railroad was the name of an organization that supposedly organized to go and liberate children from child sex traffickers in Latin America. Except there were a lot of problems with the organization, like they would interrupt ongoing anti-child sex trafficking operations. They would go in ways that would put the children at risk of being killed. They would do a lot of extraordinarily weird things. And it really kind of wound up being a almost like a tourist thing. They had a number of high-profile people join in on these anti-child sex trafficking operations. Like one of the NFL's coaches went on one of these operational stings, right? But we then have to add the additional wrinkle that the founder of this organization, Tim Ballard, who is also portrayed in the film as the film's protagonist, Sound of Freedom, as this noble hero fighting against child sex trafficking. He had recently gotten into QAnon conspiracy, and so he was saying really weird things about adrenochrome and stuff, really kind of Pizzagate stuff, things along those lines, right? And it turns out that there were a lot of allegations that on these stings, there was incredibly suspect behavior. Namely, he would get women to come along on these sting operations in foreign countries and kind of coerce them into sexual situations, showering naked with him to really sell that they were a couple, stuff like that. And there was also a recording of people in the group bragging about seeing like naked underage girls. That was really suspect. We did an entire other story about that entire debacle. And now it turns out there are several more charges of sexual assault against the founder of Operation Underground Railroad. That just dropped yesterday. So let's see what this is all about. All right. He's facing 4 new criminal sexual assault complaints in 4 California cities. A lawyer for Tim Ballard dismissed the claims as a shakedown of her client, who has been accused of workplace sexual misconduct by former assistant Celeste Voorhees, among others. And this seems to kind of have been the pattern, that this guy would bring his coworkers on trips or on stings and then try to coerce them into various sexual situations. However, these latest allegations involve much more violence than has previously come to light. It's not great. So basically, the main one that we have a name for, Celeste Voorhees, is alleging a violent sexual assault on multiple occasions, including during a work trip to San Diego. And as well as San Clemente and San Jose, the San Jose suburb of Campbell. She has also filed a complaint against him in Utah County, Utah. And 6 other women have come forward to file civil complaints of sexual assault or misconduct against Tim Ballard. So I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, like, increasingly the every accusation is a confession from conservatives. You know, the thing, like, a lot of lefties kind of flippantly say, sometimes it's true. Sometimes these people set up these organizations that seem good on the outside or at first blush, but like once you actually dig into their operations, are doing incredibly disgusting stuff. You know? And conservatives eat it up. They eat it up. They love these organizations. They love the deification of these figures. They loved Sound of Freedom. And they dismiss anyone who's bringing up these sexual assault charges as like, oh, you just didn't like the movie. You just, you're just a paid liberal shill, you know? It's awful, because I know that these allegations probably are just going to be paid off with settlements, and the conservatives are just going to go along thinking that this guy is the bee's knees, you know? Far from the first time it's happened, won't be the last. True. It's kind of an MO for a lot of people. Let's see here. Okay. I do want to talk about this story. It's not really a story. It's more of just kind of like a fun little thing. So, shout out to the Sigma Female on Twitter, because I found this amazing story. Okay? It's a 2-parter. Let's check it out. Am I the asshole for telling my brother he cannot stay with me over Christmas if he brings his prosthetic leg? Now, I'm going to pause it right there. Normally, the answer to this would be absolutely. You don't want your brother to be able to, like, walk around your house. Like, what's he gonna do? Like, you want him to like move on crutches around the house? Like, what? You're a monster if you don't want that, right? But It goes on, my younger brother has a prosthetic leg. I think it's creepy as fuck, and I have no idea where he got it. I'm reasonably certain that it is something I would rather not know. To be clear here, my brother has 2 perfectly healthy legs still attached to his body. He just has this thing he takes with him everywhere. So the situation is not, oh, I'm being an ass. Am I the asshole if I don't want my brother to be able to be mobile in my home? And more, I don't want my brother to carry around a prosthetic leg with him that he absolutely does not need in any sense of the word, right? And here's part 2, because there is indeed an update, all right? I didn't realize how much attention this was going to get, enough that someone informed the woman my brother stole it from him, and she was able to figure out what happened. She called the cops and he got arrested. I guess he was sort of trying to do the thing where he could be the hero that tracked down her leg. Please don't ask me what the fuck was going through his head. The leg was expensive enough that he's facing real criminal charges. That's all. Sorry, there's not more to tell. So basically, his brother was carrying around a prosthetic leg that wasn't his so that he could try and do a meet cute with a lady by gallantly returning her lost or stolen prosthetic leg, and like be the hero so that like they would be able to go on a date and smooch or something. But it turns out he just stole a prosthetic leg from a woman that he didn't know, and now he's facing actual criminal charges because he stole a prosthetic leg from somebody. Boo. Boo. Farts, farts. Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. My goodness. What the literal fuck? Yeah, like what? Why? Why would you do it? In his credits, only slightly ableist. This one feels like one of those funny but fake trap stories. Wild to believe. I don't know. You know, I buy it. That's a weird enough story, but like also like told low stakes enough that I believe it. A crime is afoot here. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. The puns are killing me. Did I turn dono notification signs off? I did while I was doing a story that was serious about sexual assault. Now they're back on. Who said that? Give them an award? That was Punky Gal. I just arrived. I can't deal with the puns anymore. I'm sorry, Malachi. He didn't put his best foot forward. Boo! Boo! He failed to sweep her off her feet. God damn it. God damn it, shit. All right. All right. Now, folks, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, remember to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because those are what allow me to live, thrive, and survive. And remember, since it was requested, every $2 that are donoed or subbed, I will say the word farts, because I'm a content creator of the people. What can I say? All right, and the people demand farts. Who am I to deny them? I had a guy steal my sight cane at a bar one time. My friend had to chase him down. So glad I use a walker now. What the fuck is wrong with people? Does $2 Canadian work? Sure. This is my life now. Well, it's only my life if people donate. If people don't, then I'm scot-free. Haha. All right, I need to use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back, folks. Beep boop. Hello, everybody. And Prime Kai, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How we all doing? Gayfish, hello! Thank you very much for raiding in as well. I very, very much appreciate it.
He could put the leg in his pants and call it a kickstand.
Thank you for the $5 dono. And farts! For those of you raiding in, today's stream, every $2 donated, or the sub equivalent, I will say the word farts. Okay? How many times you want me to say the word farts is entirely dictated by how much you would like to donate. It's true. It's true. We're doing that and serious political commentary. Also, nice to see people in YouTube chat. I really appreciate it. Hello, Sebastian Oval. Or Ovale. Hello, Quinn. Hello, Miggs. Hello, Charlie. Hello, one and all. Hello, T. Smith. Now, chat, if you would like to dictate the course of the stream from here, we have two options. First, in honor of Coach Red Pill's passing away in Ukrainian prison, we could take a look at the legendary Coach Red Pill v. Vosh debate. Or we could watch radical reviewer debate anarcho-capitalism and property rights. Simon Pierre! Farts. Thank you. From the bottom of my fart. Super Jet Guy. Can we donate so that you don't say farts? Thought Night? You have to request no farts, okay? Or, you know what? I like this plan. Okay? I like this plan. When you donate for no farts, every $2 you donate cancels out one fart from somebody else, okay? I think the next fart. This could be the fart of a civil war. But this could be the fart heard around the world. Yeah. You could just play fart sounds. Yeah, but I think it's funnier if I actually say the fart. Yeah, the worst part is I'm just using my fingers to count, okay? It's my birthday, can I have a sub? Maybe. And you know what? Radical Reviewer is actually a friend of the channel. Radical Reviewer subscribes to the YouTube channel for real life. It's nice. So basically you're saying the quiet fart out loud? True. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, no, Coach Red Pill really died in Ukrainian prison. You know, after he was arrested for providing intel on Ukrainian military activity to the Russians. I don't think he was killed. I think he's just like an unhealthy dude. Thanks, Sophie. My pants actually match my shirt, so I kind of look very monochrome right now. Died of pneumonia? Nice. Maybe they can grind him up and use him for sunflowers. True. Based. All right. We're going to start the vote, though. Okay. Get ready. Sorry, I got like weird hiccups. Get ready, folks. To participate in the debate, you need to be, or not debate, in the vote, you need to be over on riverboat.gg. Let's go. We're going to kick it off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. So if I donate $100, I can negate 50 farts? That is correct. Maybe we will, Sophie. That's a good idea. 3, 2, 1. Jack, don't ignite the farts. All right.
Fart fight. Hashtag team farts.
Fast walker. Farts. 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 And I truly mean that from the bottom of my fart. All right. Democracy has decided. We're doing the Coach Red Pill debate. And we'll see how I'm feeling afterwards. The Coach Red Pill debate, by the way, is only 30 minutes long. So I think we can make it. And after that, we'll consider doing the Radical Reviewer debate, huh? Which is like... We might have to speed up that one, because that one's like 2 hours. Alright. Let's take a look at this. Time to... Hashtag team farts. Is this the streamer? No, so Vosh is not the streamer.
No farts for you. Denied.
Oh,
BWA
shit.
is the nay.
Oh, shit. Paladin Lost has canceled out 50 farts.
I don't believe in flat earth, but I do believe in flatus. Fart. BWA.
Very, very knifey duck. I'm sorry. Your 3 farts have been denied by the Anti-Fart League. Okay? My farts. So that's 3 down, 47 left to go. We need a fart accountant. You know, that can be a volunteer gig. I'm not paying anybody to do that. Hey, Gravy Flow, how you doing? All right. AFL, the Anti-Fart League. Yep. The AFL, and then maybe we can figure out something, the National Fart Legislature, the National Fart something, like we can have the AFL and the NFL. Let's go. Fart around. Fart around and find out. Fafo. It's time to get money out of fartatics. That was such a stretch, but it worked. I never asked to be a part of this. Oh, God. All right. Vosh is the streamer. Vosh is not the streamer. Vosh is the horse. I refuse to acknowledge his horse-like identity. All right.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh my God, it's sideways, Ian. Oh my God.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, can't complain. Although I've been watching the coronavirus numbers.
I think this was like right when I was starting up my stream. This was like right when I started doing my politics streams. I'd be right around this time.
They're horrific, and they're going to get worse.
Now this is off topic. It's relevant, must be said. The IRGC is more evil than the IDF. And it's not even close. 22,000 victims in Gaza. It's brutal. But what about the killing and imprisonment of hundreds of thousands of protesters of basic human rights? Well, two things can be true at the same time. The IDF can be doing a genocide, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps can also be very bad as well. Like the fact that is the IDF is doing a genocide in the Gaza Strip as we speak doesn't I don't know, negate that American cops kill black people at disproportionate rates. That the two things can exist and be bad at the same time.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, line go up. It's pretty fun to watch, huh?
No, it's horrible to watch.
Well, it's not actually fun.
Those people are suffering. Yeah.
You've called me out on my casual sociopathy. No, of course it's horrific. The wheels of history are turning. Let's see what interesting stuff the future holds for us.
Yeah, I think that we're definitely going to be moving into a more atomized society after this. And a lot of people are going to realize they don't actually need to be working in companies. They can.
Look at how many donos Vosh. How many farts has Vosh refused to give you over the years? My content clearly superior to his, because he does not fart for you the way I do.
And work from home. I think a lot of companies.
My fart will go on.
Of it and basically outsource their offices to their employees' homes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're basically 20 years away from every house being a standard built with a cubicle instead of a bathroom. I'm ready for it.
Where's he hiding the farts?
Are you ready? Oh, good. Yeah, I'm gonna start building my cubicle right now. Yeah, so that the neoliberal overlords can give me a little check mark, a little gold star on my forehead. Yeah.
What's up, my man? What's on your mind? We talked a little bit prior.
Oh, I'm drinking a fancy LaCroix Curate, which is just I don't know, more interestingly flavored LaCroix.
Over email, perhaps not as much. Saw your recent conversation with Destiny.
The spicy
it seemed
water.
Like it was a lot of fun. I see you released a video just today saying that Destiny was cool. I thought you didn't like him.
Well, as he self-described himself, he says he's totally fine with his girlfriend being fucked by other men because.
Okay, but also, pre-fashion arc Vosh is insane now. This is true. Sideways Vosh is still insane. But I'm not gonna lie, I do like this anime shirt.
He's a cool fucking person, and I guess I'm just not. I'm not cool. What can I say?
Yeah, wait, you're gonna lose the debate just like that? You're admitting you're not cool?
I've never claimed to be cool, and anybody who goes around claiming to be cool is by definition uncool, isn't that?
Oh, is that how it works? Yeah. Wait. What's the issue with that?
When you have to when Maggie Thatcher said that if you have to
Vosh should change the update to he's dead.
Claiming to be a lady, you're neither. Yeah, that's basically
thoughts on man bun Vosh. I cannot be impartial because at one point in my life I had a man bun and I reject it. I reject it wholeheartedly. It was a dark time. Okay, it was a dark time to be a riverboater.
Yeah, I think there was something in Game of Thrones about this too. I don't know.
Game of Thrones came after Maggie Thatcher.
No, I'm pretty sure Margaret Thatcher. Dude, Game of Thrones happened in the Middle Ages. Margaret Thatcher was like the 80s. Okay.
Well, you know something who said that? Who thought that? It was I think I could be wrong, but I think it was Dennis Rodman who said that he loved Game of Thrones because he loved historical fiction, and he said it.
Get to the debate.
Somebody not particularly knowledgeable, but yeah, whatever.
Country, it's probably pushing too.
But you do recognize that every time that communism has tried to be implemented, it inevitably leads to, a horrific number of people being killed.
What specific policies do you think I believe in that led to the deaths of many people in these allegedly
I don't know.
communist
I
countries?
don't really know much about you, to tell you the truth. And so I'm asking you. I mean, you guys self-identify as a communist?
This is the Coach Red Pill debate.
Be more precise. I'd be interested in hearing about it.
If I recall, this guy sucked. He did suck. And then he sucked so much he went to Ukrainian jail and died.
Yeah, sure. Well, typically speaking, the reason why you get these...
Yeah, ironic. Went to jail in a capitalist country. Crazy.
What would you call them, I guess? Communist failures. A lot of people point towards the Soviet Union, China, Venezuela. These problems tend to come more from external pressures.
Allegedly dead? Okay.
In authoritarianism, more so than they do the inherent internal mechanisms of communism. None of these societies have even come close to a stateless, classless society. The Soviet Union was very much stated and very much had a class hierarchy.
I think he used to call himself a communist, Sophie, but I think he found it to be an unuseful term and started calling himself a socialist instead, or a libertarian socialist. I don't keep up on like the exact terminology of what he calls himself.
I did
Hey,
my
LB.
thesis at Dartmouth on the Soviet Union. Yeah,
Goddamn right. I'm just a good old-fashioned, listen, I'm just a good old, postmodern neo-Marxist. I'm just interested in implementing a society that minimizes hierarchy as much as possible, including class and state.
I don't know. Look, all I'm saying is a lot of the people who seem to really care about Gonzo Lira are saying he's dead. So that's why I'm, rip bozo. Okay, moving on.
Well, why do you want to minimize hierarchy?
Because hierarchy's cringe, my dude. Why would any society want to have hierarchy?
Well, because it's quite obvious that there are different people who at different stages have different levels of importance to a society and to the other people around them.
Well, sure, then why don't we have a hierarchy of competence then? If somebody, for example, can contribute more, if they have some specialized knowledge, sure, let them be in a position of relevance there. But I don't think that should give them dominion over their fellow men, the ability to withhold power or enact state violence against them.
Well, I'm not in favor of state violence against anybody.
Nice. Hey, me too.
Critical support.
You're nervous. What's up? What's wrong with you? You seem extremely nervous in this conversation.
Are we getting to the psychoanalyzing right off the bat? You weren't even going to wait a little bit longer?
I'm just asking. I'm just asking a question. You seem like really stressed out and tense.
Do you do horoscopes too?
Yeah, in my free time. But
Jack, Vosh regularly does child sacrifices on stream, right? Can't believe you support this guy. Does he? Oh my god. I can't believe that's what he was banned from Twitch for.
What's my sign? Wait, can you tell based off my the wrinkles next to my eyes?
No.
I mean, Super Jet Guy, what you want to do is what you want to do,
Something else while we're talking.
Wait, what do you? Wait,
I'm
your hands
ambivalent.
free? You okay?
I beg your pardon?
Both your hands free? You're not getting more out of this convo than I am, are you?
No, I'm not wanking off. If that's your polite way of asking? No.
I'm very polite. Why am I nervous? You can't even see me. What if I'm doing some crazy shit with my hands?
Well, I can tell by the tone of your voice that you seem very stressed out. And just chill out, man.
There's Tiffany Star in the
freak out
in the comments.
Listen, after I watch
Destiny on me.
Oh, there's Alexander.
Get the fuck out. Hey, I think that you and I are Eskimo buddies.
After I watched the Destiny debate, I realized that I was up against an interlocutor of unparalleled skill, and I've been nervous ever since.
So who's the horse in this debate?
Dude, the thing is, I went to talk to Destiny because I just wanted to talk about how Destiny, quote unquote, debates. And he flipped his shit, and he's been sending all his little minions to annoy me. It's just.
I'll just be like, I don't have to parse it. You came off like a fucking lunatic in your debate with Destiny. I don't know if you're gonna look for sympathy from me. I have my problems with Destiny, but they are not the problems that you have. You came off like an unhinged maniac in that conversation. If his minions have been harassing you, I'm really sorry. I have his Discord. I can DM him, tell him to get his minions to lay off or something. But
Yeah. This is such a weird non-debate so far. Like, rather than debating, it's like there was like a lull in the conversation, and then Coach Red Pill's just like, "You're so nervous," like unprompted by any weird activity.
I can't sympathize with you on that one.
I'm not asking for your sympathy.
Oh, okay.
I just know exactly.
We
what I
obviously
know.
need hierarchies, so
And
the person
you
who can
saying
carry a
that you
pizza.
think it's one of my own. It's your title to your opinion. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't want to. But hey, listen, I got my problems with the guy. I don't want to defend Destiny too hard or nothing. But you know, maybe we can. I can like show my stream the video afterwards. We can get their opinion. I don't want to poison the well or color their opinions preemptively.
Okay.
But what about you? What problems do you have with Destiny?
This is
I
really
think he
weird.
sets a bad example. I think that he's a fundamentally nihilistic person, and he basically he foments that in his followers, and I don't like that personally.
What do you mean by nihilistic? Like he doesn't believe in objective morality, or?
No, he doesn't believe in any kind of morality. All he cares about is just winning his quote-unquote arguments. It's not an issue of winning an argument. He's not interested in finding any kind of truth, or of, if you can't find a truth, of like honing in on the problem, on the problem at hand. He's not interested in that. He's just interested in showing off how clever he is.
What?
I think this is like half correct. I think like Destiny will absolutely argue just for the sake of arguing. You know, I 100% believe that. But I don't know if it is driven by showing how clever he is.
Why do you argue?
Because I've got nothing better to do right now. I just came off a big project. It closed out.
Yeah, like he still
week.
has
I'm
like a
stuck in
point of
Amsterdam.
view.
I'm bored.
Just sometimes
So
he'll
why
argue
not? Don't
to
have anything better
argue.
to do.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, look at that. We all have our reasons, right? See, I like to argue because it's fun for me, and because I like using it as a platform to promote socialist ideas. That's sort of my impetus, you know. So
Have you ever lived in a socialist country?
I don't think there are any socialist countries right now.
Well, there are a lot of self-avowed countries, or a lot of self-avowed governments who were socialist in their day.
Oh yeah, you know, they say lots of stuff about themselves. I mean,
instance,
North Korea is democratic. You know how it is.
The Allende regime in Chile, right? That was a self-declared socialist state, right?
Yeah, I'm slightly disappointing. I know. I have not lived in the Allende state.
No, obviously not, because it happened before you were born.
Myself been there.
Yeah, but you would agree that that was like a stab at socialism, right?
Oh, there have been plenty of.
I'll be right back. I need to do one thing. All right, I'm back. Wait, who? So obvious? Who's so obvious? What? Return of the Jack. True. Howdy, folks. Hey, Meganaconda. That's a great username. Was I just gonna do... Oh, yeah. All right. There we go. Now we can track. We can track how many anti-farts there are. What did I miss? Ms. Milena, you missed the breakout of the anti-fart war. Basically, certain people in chat requested the ability to produce anti-farts, thereby canceling out the farts of the people. It's true. So there are currently 47 anti-farts. Each one will absorb a fart, and no farts will be said until the farts are in the green. Okay? That's the fart of the problem here. Okay? Do we even need the farts counter? They're immediately used, so you don't need to count them. That's true. That's true. Do you hear the people fart? No, you can't. You're right, we don't need a farts meter. But we do need a $2 per fart. There we go. I'm treating this debate with all of the respect it deserves, damn it. Put me on the front lines of the fart wars. I served with your father during the fart wars.
Of attempts at socialism, but it's like building a castle.
You know, like I know this has been really silly, but like we need a bit of like a lighthearted thing. I think right now, like everything is so bad. Everything is bad in our political landscape. Like the farts nourish us. They get us through the tough times. It's a lot of crap. True.
Of a deck of cards, you know, the higher up you go, the closer you get to perfection, you know, glorious communism, the harder it is to keep everything stable, especially when there are outside destabilizers. There are a lot of really complicated reasons why all the multiple, you know, regimes and societies that have attempted socialism in the past have had mixed results.
Okay, well, let me ask you the following question.
Do you hear the people fart? Do you hear... Wait. Do you hear the music of the people who will always fart without fear? The clean... Ooh, Shadamar! I like it. The nefarious Clean Air Society. The farts nourish us.
See, if it's so fragile, doesn't that augur very poorly for that system long term? If it's so easily destabilized and knocked over by outside agitators, as you say?
Well, the problem is, generally speaking, capitalist countries of that size are also extremely easy to destabilize. There have been...
Kfro, I jokingly said yesterday that I would say the word farts for every $2 donated or gifted in subs, and I'm true to my word. God damn it, chat demanded it. and it came back again today. It's all truly, it's truly fartwarming.
There have been plenty of societies
Wait,
which are not.
wait. What did you say there? Can you capitalist countries of that size? What are you referring to?
People demand farts.
So if we take a country like Chile, for example, even if it weren't socialist, it's not today, of course, it's very neoliberal. If we took a society or a country of a similar size, population, GDP, and military strength, and look throughout history, you'll find that many countries of around that size or smaller have been subject to very powerful imperial pressures, whether or not they've been socialist. There is an added pressure on a global scale for capitalist agents,
took my offer
United
to fight.
States, Western Europe, what have you, to destabilize socialist countries because historically they've been sort of an antagonizing force against one another. But I do believe that fundamentally there's nothing that makes a socialist state weaker than.
How does voting in polls work? You just have to type 1 or 2. I'll say them in order. But there should be like a little pop-up that shows on the app like what is being voted for.
A capitalist state. I think they're capable of mustering the same resources. It's just a matter of getting the groundwork laid before somebody else comes over and kicks up the sandcastle.
But then how come, capitalist societies, as you call them, seem so sturdy? They don't seem to tip over at the drop of a hat. Well, sorry for mixing my metaphors, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, they haven't. South America has had plenty of failed capitalist states. Africa and the Middle East and Southeast Asia have been festering hotbeds of revolution and invasion and colonialism, even without socialism. It's not so much a matter of the economic policy.
I love musical theater, so if you guys want me to sing a little bits and pieces of musicals, I'm your streamer. What can I tell you?
It's a matter of their relationship to the most powerful global agents.
How old are you?
I'm 26. How old are you?
What? I'm 52. Exactly twice your age.
Exactly double my age. Twice the wisdom.
I doubt
farts
that.
are the language of the people.
I was being charitable. Why do you ask?
No, I'm just like I said, I'm just wondering about why you're so nervous. But that's okay. Go on.
I don't know that one.
I already answered that question. It's because I know you're a skilled interlocutor, and I'm terrified.
No,
to be
I'm
going
not.
up against you.
I'm not too bright. I'm kind of slow, and even slower now in my old age. What can I say?
Wait, is complimenting you the secret to getting you to concede points? Is that the rhetorical tactic Destiny needs to implement in order to defeat you once and for all?
I don't understand your question.
That's okay.
I've never seen it. I'm sorry,
I'm
Thason.
not nervous. I'm having a grand time. So what does that have to do with my age? There are a lot of cocky Zoomers out there.
It's true. He has somehow gotten much slower, K-Fesh.
No, I'm just trying to see what you're coming from and what you're trying to achieve in this conversation.
Well, I already said I like promoting socialist ideas. There are a lot of people out there who believe, for example, that history has shown us socialism doesn't work. I don't think that's an accurate interpretation of history. I like talking about those ideas. I also just like the sound of my voice.
Okay, so you think that socialism, it's never been properly implemented, but would you say that capitalism has been properly implemented?
To the standards of its original development? Not really, no. Adam Smith would have been disgusted by how capitalism is implemented in modern neoliberal countries.
This is true, but I don't know that the original... I think capitalism has evolved beyond what the original idea of it was, the very nature of capitalism erodes the confines of a liberal, a liberal country. What's my favorite musical? I really like Man of La Mancha, a lot. But very specifically one cast recording of Man of La Mancha. Many of them are subpar. I also really like Singing in the Rain, the movie one. I guess how I will rank this in 3 different ways. My number one cast recording is Man of La Mancha. My number one movie adaptation is Singing in the Rain, and my number one one that I've seen
A
live
fart, or as Dickens would call it,
is Les
the
Mis.
ghost of shit moss yet to come. BWA.
Very knifey duck, doing your part to chip away at the anti-farts. Thank you very, very much. Then how do we know it's still capitalism? Because of its function. Like, it still functions in the same way. It's just the natural extrapolation of what is first talked about by Adam Smith.
A huge number of provisions.
Well, hang on a second. Hold your horses there, cowboy. Adam Smith is not really like the true capitalism comes from David Ricardo. Adam Smith.
Do I believe he's a type of Marxist? Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, I think a lot of my ideas, as far as they go, for like political ideology, like a lot of them would be described as like similar. I just call myself a socialist, you know. I feel like if you call yourself a Marxist, there's like a certain level, like if you're outside of academia, there's a certain amount of pretentiousness there. Like, oh, I'm a Marxist, you know. But like I think it's fine. I'm just like I agree with them. I just think they're a little they're more that's a title more suited to academic circles. Singing in the farts, what a glorious feeling. I can't stand him.
It laid the groundwork, but the real big brain there is David Ricardo. But okay, that's besides the point. Capitalism is a system. Do you know what capitalism is? Can you please define it for me?
Capitalism is an economic system which generally promotes free markets and the promotion of private property rights, which allows for the accumulation and leveraging of capital in the hands of private non-state actors. That's generally kind of like a broad, but there are a lot of specific.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what would socialism be then?
Well, socialism would be, functionally, socialism just takes that and puts it in the hands collectively of the workers. You abolish private property rights, or at least as they exist today, and you implement them in a way that allows for the collective control of the means of production by the workers. You also abolish the form of production, but I don't advocate for that.
What is the difference between a non-Marxian socialist and a Marxian socialist? Well, there are other, like, socialist thinkers besides Marx, the same way there are different like economic thinkers besides Adam Smith when it comes to capitalism, you know? So you could be like a socialist who doesn't adhere to like Marxist ideology, i.e. like adherence of Karl Marx. But again, I find a lot of these distinctions to be relatively meaningless in like a real world sense, you know? Miss Milena, don't apologize for that one. It was delivered with such joy. We should control the means of fartduction. Well, you guys need to rise up against the full-on criticality of the anti-farts.
That is as much on my channel.
Okay, so let me ask you the following question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that capitalism has been, in its different forms with different variations, but has generally been successfully implemented in many different societies in many different countries in many different periods of time?
What do you mean by successfully?
That it has been self-sustaining and hasn't collapsed at the tip of a hat and hasn't needed to use, the barrel of a gun to keep itself going.
Oh.
Capitalism literally invented like Banana Republic? What? Capitalism relies on the barrel of a gun to keep it rolling. Also, like, we have economic crashes all the time. Like, that's the system failing. That's not stable.
I mean, that's kind of a loaded question. I mean, private property by definition requires the existence of a loaded gun in order to maintain itself. The implementation of state violence is the only way to protect private property rights. But no, there have been tons of capitalist countries that have up and failed. Right now, if we look at...
but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that if they failed. I'm saying, have there been any that have succeeded? Because you and I both know that there have been.
Well, I don't know what you mean by success. As in, like, they exist now and they're stable? Yeah, for the most part. Like, the United States, England, France, Germany. Like, yeah, they're fairly stable countries. But we're only, like,
okay, so
250 years in, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a pretty long time if you think about it. That's 10 generations. But going back to the issue of stability and delivering material welfare to the majority of the population, you say that socialism has never been truly implemented because it's, your words, it's like a house of cards, and therefore that would imply that it is fragile. And you've also said that exterior forces have destabilized it and knocked over, as it were, the house of cards. So you're saying basically that socialism is inherent.
I forgot that I needed to tweet out the stream. So I just took a couple selfies. Now back to this. Sorry, I know I'm being a little weird.
Currently unstable, and capitalism has proven to be stable.
No, I never actually said either of those things.
Well, that's
capitalism...
the logical inference. Wait, that's the logical inference that would be...
Oh, God. Chat, when I die, my legacy is going to be these VODs, right? And... future generations will watch through them out of idle curiosity or for research purposes, and they'll be going through these videos. They're just gonna see all of you making these fart jokes. It's gonna be wonderful, really. Just another chain in the long march of history of humans laughing at farts. Most likely research purposes. Yes, my VODs will be worth viewing from that perspective. It's true. It's true. You know, I'm doing a service to humanity by documenting this with my life. It's true. It's true. Truly, streaming is the most selfless career.
Excuse me.
Making our skid mark on history. No.
It would logically follow from what you've said previously.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Charlie has donated for the anti-farts. Oh my god. The anti-farts are out strong today. Thank you, Charlie, for the super chat.
So let's add a little bit more info to this. Capitalism is the...
What? Why? Chat's not trying to fight the anti-farts. That's why. Your legacy will be a 5-hour Bojack Says Fart compilation. Yeah, viewed 12 billion times.
Newest and the most short...
Wait.
It's the YouTubers, I knew it.
Wait,
Jack, hold on. You're getting nervous, man. I gotta add some fuel to the fire before we can...
Oh my god, how dare... Vosh is truly transphobic. Vosh transphobic confirmed. Listen to that.
Capitalism is the newest and the most short...
Wait.
Whoa.
Wait.
Jack, hold on. You're getting nervous, man. I gotta add some fuel.
Oh my god, he just misgendered me. Vosh confirmed transphobic. You know?
Whoa.
Wait.
Jack, hold on. You're getting nervous, man. I gotta add some fuel to the fire before we consider...
Oh my god, like, the audio proof. God, literally, I could make, like, if you just took this is like leaked audio. This is leaked audio of known transphobe Vosh misgendering Riverboat Jack. Clipped, id, shipped. I can't believe he said that.
Because you're not going to add in...
Honestly, would have more like evidence behind it than most of the things that go around as like evidence of him being a terrible person.
Information. You're going to qualify your premises. That's
no, I'm gonna educate you, my man. I'm here to help you. I want you to understand my ideas.
Well, so we need a scorecard for the farts and anti-farts. How would we implement that? Guys, you're gonna make me think of like an entire way we could like gamify. Like, you're gonna keep suggesting I add rules to the farts and anti-farts. We've already developed the Civil War. We started so innocently with the best of intentions, the smelliest of intentions. And now it's devolved into the Civil War Tim Pool always talks about.
Okay, so I don't think that capitalism is inherently stable at all. In fact, it's pretty much the core component of Marxian economic theory to believe that there are internal contradictions.
Well, yes, true. Ms. Melena, you are clearly like the leader of the fart team.
We shall fart in the stream. We shall fart in the Twitch and in the YouTubes. We shall fart in the VODs. We shall never surrender.
Godspeed, soldier. Let's go. Wait, there we go.
And capitalism that will eventually lead to its demise. Feudalism was
it's
around
taken
for
a
nearly
long time.
Well,
hey,
not
Robert
really.
Adson.
Feudalism was around for 2,000 years, and it was stable the entire time.
Not quite.
Wait.
Go on.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, we can get finicky with the numbers, but capitalism as it exists now has been around for about 250, maybe 300 years, and already we are currently living through a period of unprecedented populist revolt against neoliberal economics. Right now,
Right, but wait a second, you're conflating neoliberalism.
Oh, hey, very knifey duck.
Yeah, well,
But
neoliberalism
is,
seems to be the most...
capitalist flavor.
Wait, but neoliberalism is literally predicated on catering to the worst excesses of capitalism. Like, that's... Come on now.
But it's not capitalism.
Yeah, except the people who are challenging neoliberalism tend to be fascists or socialists who are implementing or looking to implement something distinctly other than capitalism.
It's
Well,
time for
I'm
flatulence.
against neoliberalism.
Yamera hashtag YOFA hashtag FOFA.
Wait, what are the acronyms? What do they stand for again? I forgot. I'm sorry. I can't keep the lore straight. It keeps deepening. By the end of the stream, you guys are gonna have like a Japanese light novel published on the lore you've developed. Oh God. Fenry, thank you for the $10 dono. You only fart once and fart around and find out. Okay, so that's for the fart. Those were farts. Those were in favor of the farts. Okay. We're down to 36.
I mean, I'm certainly not a fascist.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But no,
Thank you,
capitalism-
Fenry.
You asked me on Discord what I was, and I told you. I'm
yeah,
a
you said you were like a
humanist.
pragmatic humanist, right?
Yeah.
I've heard the term pragmatic humanist from a lot of people, you know, like, we wish we could be civil and decent to the blacks, but pragmatically we know we can't live in a society with them without them, you know, raping our white women, so we got to keep them. Like,
What are you
there are a lot of...
talking
I'm just
about?
saying, it doesn't really
Jesus Christ,
describe
are you calling
anything.
Me like implying and smearing me that I'm
The
a
fart lore is a horrifying Warhammer 40k plotline. Oh no.
racist?
No, I'm saying it
Jesus.
doesn't mean anything. Like, I've heard a lot
Well,
of
it
people
certainly
say that.
does. Well, do you want me to discuss what it means specifically?
Gonna
no,
be
because we're still
anti-farts
talking
for the
about why
walls.
capitalism isn't inherently stable and socialism isn't
It is
necessarily less stable.
It is inherently stable. Okay?
So,
And
250
socialism
years,
is inherently
a new...
I can tolerate fart, but I draw the line at farts. Fart hammer.
newer and
No, Warhammer Farty K. Let's go. Oh God. Oh no.
a younger economic system than any other which has been predisposed sort of on a global stage, more so than the empires and the slave states, more so than the hunter-gatherer societies before.
Do you know
more so
why
than
socialism is inherently unstable? Have you ever
please
stopped to
enlighten
consider
me.
why that?
Farts for the fart gun. Fart for the fart throat. Oh no.
Yeah, it's the mechanism of price discovery. That's it. It's not more complicated than that.
Mechanism.
Failure of
How
social.
about you elaborate?
Yeah, price discovery
Wouldn't that just be
is
Nurgle?
the issue of
Yeah.
the free market where supply and demand intersect, and you have price discovery, right?
Wait,
And
that's
the
it?
specific issue.
The supply-demand
that's-
curve is why
That's
socialism
Yahoo.
doesn't work?
Yes, because socialism
The
misprices
farts are going to break me. Farts are just naturally very funny.
and misallocates resources.
You
And that's why
realize
it
that
tends to fail.
supply-demand economics weren't implemented for the vast majority of human civilization, and there were empires that have outlasted America's existence 10 times.
Ooh, is he going to be one of those guys who argues that literally all human civilization has been doing capitalism? Like, it's been capitalism the entire time because markets?
Over. You do realize, like, you say you're against neoliberalism, but you're making a very strange argument where an economic principle that's only been invoked for a fraction of a human civilization is somehow the bedrock of the sustainability of all market economies.
What are you talking about?
I'm in the
I don't know
pro-fart
how to say that any
liberation
more
army?
simply than I just did.
No, you said it in an incredibly complicated way, and it's way over my head. So just assume that I'm like 5 years old. And please explain what you said to me.
I have a
Yeah, the fart version of Gone with the Wind doesn't need a name change.
sociology degree, not a teaching degree, but I'll help. I'll try my best.
I have a philosophy degree and a history degree.
All right, so
You know?
historically,
And sociology, come on, sociology, that's bullshit. That's you know it. You and I both know it was bullshit.
I don't know it, actually.
So what are you talking? Yeah, well, I'm telling you then. So why don't you explain what you meant by that word salad? What are you trying to say?
Okay, so I'll say it slower. Human civilization has been around for about 10,000 years, more or less, give or
Yes.
take. And during that time, only a very tiny fraction of human society has existed in a period of time during which we believe that economic sustainability comes from recognizing market forces, supply, demand, laissez-faire, what have you.
Stop right there.
Hit me
Stop
up.
right there.
Hit me up.
Stop right there.
Hit me up.
Okay. Yeah, you're saying that in a theoretical sense, it's a fractionally small amount of time that this has been known. But in a practical sense, it's been known since the beginning of trading, you know? People offer some good or service, and they offer it for 10. And people say, no, not interested. And then they offer it for 9, not interested, 8, and 7, and then they start buying. People have known this since trading
What does
began.
this have to do with
They might not
socialism?
Also, no, this is like an advanced type of economy where you have like a medium of exchange rather than just like trading goods and services with each other, you know? Like
the point is socialism is inherently tries to short circuit the pricing mechanism.
Wait,
The pricing
you
mechanism
do know
is
I'm
what
a
I just
market
explained.
socialist, right?
I beg your pardon?
I'm a market socialist. You do know that,
I
right?
have no idea. I have no idea who you are.
Okay, so I can clarify for you. There are 2 problems with what you've just said. For one, the idea that the supply-demand curve dictated the price of goods back during the feudal era is laughable. The degree to which subsidies...
Do you know who's Marco Polo?
Marco Polo.
Do you know that there was trading during the Middle Ages?
Wait, I didn't say there wasn't trading. But the
and
economic...
how do you think that they priced things?
I think Vosh has a bachelor's degree in sociology, Migs.
The economic bedrock.
What are you
supply.
talking about?
Wait. Hold on. Wait. I can help you. I can help you understand this. Okay.
You can help
trading.
Me understand? No,
the
I
idea
understand this.
of deciding what the worth of a product is before trading it is a fundamental economic theory that has existed since the beginning of time and will continue to exist until we're all dead. That's just how human beings work.
Yes,
Socialism
that is
doesn't.
what I said.
Socialism
That's
doesn't
what I
get rid of
said.
the idea of recognizing the value of things based on its demand.
No, that's the whole point of socialism.
No, it's not.
It short circuits the pricing mechanism and assigns arbitrary values to
What's
goods
more,
and services.
and as a
Also, this isn't part of what bothers me is that, like, conservatives never know what socialism is. Like, they don't know what they're arguing against. It's just like, oh, you're messing with the price value of the object, and that's gonna cause a breakdown in the system. But it's like that's not inherent to what socialism is. Socialism is about, like, the relationship between labor and capital, and, like, not price controls on everything. Like, that's not the price controls existing or not is not the primary concern of the ideology.
History, you have the misallocation of resources.
And as a history major, I would think
socialist economies.
As a history major, I would think that you would know this. Wait. Listen. You can say 1 or 2 or 3 stupid things at a time, but it takes more time to correct you than it does for you to say something dumb. You're a history major, bro. You're a fucking history major. You don't know this?
It doesn't. You saying that what I'm saying
is stupid. The distribution of resources under feudalism was very rarely dictated by the fucking price curve.
Resources. I'm talking about.
It was dictated by use value.
Has always existed, and you claim that
trading will always exist.
Doesn't make it so.
Do you think socialism?
Oh, is this the? Okay, I think I remember this clip. This guy thinks you can't have trading in socialism. You can't have, like, basic markets, which, like, that's insane, dude.
Means no trading?
No, socialism means mispricing goods and services in an
economy.
Wait, can you find me a definition?
New Year, but now I'm back and ready to help fuel the fart war.
Oh damn! All-seeing dude, thank you for the $5 dono. We're down to 34 anti-farts. Slowly but surely, the fart gorillas are able to make some headway here.
Definition of socialism that has the word mispricing in it?
I don't need to. I can just point to the Soviet
you don't need to. Whoa. No one's talking about the Soviet Union here. Soviet Union wasn't socialist, my dude.
No, it wasn't a socialist. That's always the argument.
Yeah. Damn, it's almost like you actually have to engage with the ideas rather than just pointing at Venezuelans saying, haha, it didn't work. So the use value of goods was by and large the metric by which we determined the distribution of resources back during feudalism.
China, the Chinese even recognized that it doesn't work, and they became capitalist.
You're getting nervous, Jack. China was never socialist.
And at least this guy understands that China is capitalist, you know?
You are. You're literally doing the Vuvuzela argument. You sound like a neoliberal right now. Not smart enough to engage with the ideas, just pointing at other countries.
Okay. It was my mistake to talk to you because you're dishonest.
Are you running off already?
It's boring.
Are you really bitching out that quickly? I was expecting more from you, Coach.
You're saying things that are objectively true. That you can.
That are objectively true? Thank you. I agree.
Economics. And you're saying that they're stupid.
Dude.
Come on, man.
I don't know how well your channel's been doing lately, but I'm pretty sure if you go back and get a refund for your history degree, you can still get a percentage back on it. Okay?
I'll tell you right now.
God, this man was burned so hard he died. Oh my God.
Literally recapped arguments in Paul's.
Proto-Indo-European had 2 verbs, to fart, purred, to fart loudly, angle. Fart, gr. Perdamai, lith, perju, alb, pejerd, and asterisk pest, to fart quietly, lat. Pedo, gr.
Purred, to fart loudly, and pest, to fart quietly. I love pest for a quiet fart. Like, it sounds like you're just making a fart sound with your mouth, you know? And I guess, you know, a really loud fart does kind of sound like, you know, purred, maybe. A little bit. No, maybe not at all.
Samuelson's book Okay, that's the standard economics 101 textbook.
I don't know what
that
the
makes
fuck
me
you're talking
feel,
about. Wait.
Makes me feel less awful for thinking glad he's dead. I mean, I started this off by saying, you know, it's in his honor, so.
If you're quoting from a book, why can't you make a decent argument?
No, I repeated the argument from that book.
Well, you did a really bad job of it.
I'm not. I didn't say I would never make fart sounds. I just said I would. I'm not. My fart sounds are not for sale.
Because you sounded kind of dumb. Was the book that stupid? Should I give it a read?
Yeah, but you're dishonest.
Damn, is dishonest a dog whistle for you, and it means blew me the fuck out?
That's what it means with leftists. Leftists are unable to argue.
You literally can't follow the most basic fucking hypothetical questions.
Everything that has happened, it wasn't real socialism. That's the excuse.
Yeah, do you want to talk about the ideas?
You yourself said that socialism is a house of cards and it can be just blown away.
No, I didn't say
That's the
that.
truth, and I'm explaining. You said so at the beginning.
No,
of the
I said building socialism is difficult. Once you have a socialist society that functions.
Then how come nobody has ever succeeded in doing so?
Do you want to talk about the ideas?
Oh, I'll tell you right now, you're dishonest.
Is that wait? That's not a response to my question. Are you okay, dude?
It's a waste of time.
Jack, you're getting nervous. I'm happy. I love talking about ideas with you.
Oh my god, how dare he? He's talking to me again. It's crazy. This transphobe shakes fist at sky.
You. We didn't even get to talk about how you're red-pilled. You know, I'm pretty red-pilled myself. You spazzed out on like the starting question.
No,
I thought we were gonna have a
You started saying things that are objectively true, acknowledged by everybody who
Coach.
at a basic economics book, and you said it's stupid.
Coach.
It's true.
Well, wait. I don't know if the book is stupid. It's just stupid when you read it. You make it sound stupid. Maybe if I read the book, it would sound smarter, but filtered through you, it comes off pretty dumb. Wait, are you done crying? I thought you were an alpha male. This is fucking pathetic. Are you done crying? Can we move to the next topic if you're not capable of engaging in this one?
Oh my goodness, this is sad.
Do you want to know?
Transphobia. I'm making a joke. I'm making a joke because earlier in stream he said Jack and then followed it up with man, and I was making a joke about like how if I edited that into an audio clip and said this was Vosh being transphobic and purposely misgendering me, like it would have more substance than a lot of the accusations that are against him, you know? That's okay, Thiessen. I feel ya. But I hope you get good sleep if you choose to leave. We are almost done. There's only like 2 minutes left of this, and when we do Radical Reviewer, might be a bit easier.
Another
really
topic?
Sad little man.
We can talk about cucking, iDubbbz, or are you gonna run?
No, but I understood that you're a little bit of a simp, aren't you?
Are you? Wait, so you're staying? We're good?
We're good, little simp man.
We're good. Yeah, what's up? What does simp mean to you?
Look in the mirror. That's all you need to know.
That's not an answer.
Who's Vosh debating? Coach Red Pill, a guy who went to prison in Ukraine for giving like military secrets to Russians or something, and he died in prison a few days ago. So we're remembering him for his best contribution to society, which is this debate.
Also, I've seen your pictures. I really wouldn't be making jokes like that. So what does a simp mean to you?
That's perfectly fine.
What does a simp mean to you?
No, Vaush, I thought you were more interesting.
Wait, you literally can't even answer. You fall apart so fucking quickly, dude. You don't even have like a fucking one-off definition. You can't even put out a quip. What, really? Look in the mirror? What is this, fucking middle school? You're 52 years old. You didn't write this on the back of your hand?
I thought that you were more interesting.
What's simp mean? What's simp mean?
I thought you were more interesting. And
you don't got an answer. You're so nervous. What's up?
If you want a more official version of his death.
Malachi, thank you for gifting Robert Adset a sub, and also for contributing to the Fart War.
I'm so nervous.
Yeah, what's a simp?
It's sad.
What's a simp?
It's sad.
What's a
because
simp?
I thought that you'd
Beta!
be more interested. Okay.
You gonna run?
So I'm gonna leave because it's boring. If you're gonna start like saying shit like that and having like this is
Oh
boring.
yeah, I'm gonna stay. I'm not running. You're a simp. What does a simp mean? I'm getting out of here quick. Dude, come on. You're so fucking boring. I was expecting at least an hour and a half of content. Get the fuck out of here.
Isn't simp an acronym? I don't know, and I don't care. I'll leave, but not because you told me to. Good. Oh, yeah, he's allegedly dead. I don't know why I need to say allegedly. I'm just he seems to be dead. All right. I'm having fun. Are you guys having fun? He sure has that smartass vibe, laughing at an old out of touch professor. Yeah. Do I want to know what the farts is about? Well, if you remember yesterday, I said offhandedly that I'd say farts for $2. And then chat actually requested that, and I wound up saying 150 farts. And it was very funny, and someone requested that again today, and now people have been drawing themselves into a back and forth known as the fart war, and currently the anti-farts have a blockade up on the farts, and they need to get 32 more farts in order to have me say farts again. Hoping to reach 3 trillion farts? I'd love to hit 3 trillion farts. We want this debate, though. All right, let's maybe learn about some anarcho-capitalism and property rights. Let's go, baby.
This river's a hymnal, the leaves are applause. The trees sing in whispers, the wind pulling their arms. Hold still and listen, your ear to my fart. These beacons will lead you back to the start. BW.
Why on earth? Why on earth did that sound like actually like I'd like to hear that song? That sounded that was great. I liked it. Text to speech just got into a flow with it, you know? I'll fart to that. Also, Paladin, are you donating in favor of farts here? It's called The River the Woods. Is that a blahage in the BWA symbol? It is. Yeah? Oh, okay. All right. So, that translates to 10. My God. Right? Yeah, 10. All right. I don't know if this is spicy or not. This has a chance of actually being intellectual. And Radical Reviewer is a very cute dog. Tell me who to root for, Jack. The cute dog, of course.
Want everyone living within this region has, a set of laws, and they have a criminal justice system that they can appeal to. jury of their peers, a constitution, bill of rights, and all this stuff. You don't want that. You want roving insurance company gangs that are tearing apart a person's house that is not even, under their jurisdiction because they're looking for gold the person doesn't have. Sounds pretty horrible to me. I'm answering it just fine. I don't know if it's maybe not getting through to you. I explained it in the video as well, that there is water cycles, plant cycles, animal cycles, and if you are going to chop down a bunch of trees or build a dam or do any sort of, development within a region, that's going to impact, that's going to aggress on, everyone living within that domain. So it only makes sense either you're a jerk who is aggressing on all of those other people without their, consent, or you're all coming together to decide, hopefully democratically, what takes place within the land of your domain, with the resources that exist within your domain.
So, I suppose maybe
Hello.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, introduce yourself, because I suppose you're on my channel.
Yeah, so I am the Radical Reviewer. I review radical media, predominantly literature, on YouTube.
Also the world's first dog who knows how to read. Very accomplished character.
Usually coming from an anarcho-communist type perspective. And that's me.
Nice. So yeah, like basically the way I see it, how this debate came about was I wanted to debate Anarch because somebody in my community asked him to debate me.
I'm not gonna play it right now, Paladin. I gotta check that out for myself. Gotta check it twice,
And that ended up not happening, but luckily you accepted. So.
Oh shit! I forgot about Wishbone.
I suppose, given I'm the one sort of coming with the debate, it might be appropriate for me to bring the argument. Are you okay with that, or do you have like some specific contention you were wanting to get out there?
I did have just some brief notes that I'd taken because this was someone had called your attention to a video that was shared by Anarch that I had done on For a New Liberty. But we can start with your end. I'm sure my contentions and stuff will come along, as we move forward.
Sure. So basically, the way I see it, I watched two of your videos. That was the Capitalism Violates the NEP video and your For a New Liberty review. And from those, it seems like the core contention you have is the you gave like a syllogism where it's capitalism is aggressive because property is theft was the general idea. Is that sort of am I getting your argument right there?
Yeah, like the entire premise of capitalism and capital relies on unequal power dynamics that must be enforced with violence, It's an inherently violent system.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Cool. So I suppose just I see two problems with that argument. The first one would be that property is theft is itself, it relies on a stolen concept. Because theft refers to taking property without the owner's consent. So the concept of theft relies upon the prior concept of property. There's no such thing. If there's no such a thing as property because all property is theft, then you can't have a concept of theft. And my second issue with that is you justify the property as theft claim by saying that when you're taking something out of nature, when you're homesteading it, you're thereby violating a collective property right held by everyone else. But collective property rights themselves imply a contradiction. So those would be my two main gripes with your stance.
Yeah, I mean, if I just rewatched the...
I'm really sorry to hear that, calibrating, and just know you're not alone, A lot of other people in the same riverboat, myself included, so I understand. It can be really hard.
Yeah, Capitalism Violates SNAP video myself this morning, just kind of refreshing my thoughts on things. And the example that I quite like that I give in the video is if there is some land, a couple acres, there's like river, tree line and stuff, that any homesteading of that land, if you're going to chop down the trees, if you're going to use access to the river, is going to have impacts, what an ANCAP might describe as aggression on the surrounding land, the water cycles, cycles and things like that, that you can't have a cordoned off piece of land and engage in it as if it is private property without interacting with.
The only thing we have to fart is farts themselves. Fartland D. Roosevelt.
True Fast Walker. Thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. And let's update the fartometer here. We're down to 20 anti-farts. Let's go.
The broader community.
I would say that you would homestead the land to the degree that you have such impact. So if there's nobody around and I go ahead and build a dam across a river, yeah, it's going to affect the rest of the river down the way. But that's, I've homesteaded that much of the river. I'm allowed to do that. Oh, are you there?
Hello.
All right, can you hear me?
How do streamers do it? I don't know. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
All right, cool.
Your butt makes.
So yeah, the effects that you're going to have on the surrounding land, like, let's say I cut down a tree and that might change how the water is flowing through this hill. That it's having effects on, land further down the hill, isn't really relevant to the question. It's how do you come into possession? How do you come into ownership of goods in the first place is really the crux of the issue. And I'm saying it's legitimate to come in to own things. And you're saying it's not because that violates a collective property right.
Yeah, because I can see if you have a group of people, whether it's, a bunch of roommates sharing a house, they have sort of rules for managing the household, or an apartment complex might have, rules for that social environment. But if you have just one person and they're doing something and it's impacting that surrounding area and they have no, contract in the form of, some social agreement or social contract or a, on paper contract like a constitution or whatever, how are they supposed to suss out grievances like that person cutting down the trees and it's leading to flooding and stuff downriver that's impacting where that person lives?
Well, I would say the notion of a contract also relies upon the antecedent concept of property. So if you can't have this idea of, well, they all agree to do things this way, because there's some sort of a contract there, right? Because a contract is a contract about property, so you still need, so you can't deny the validity of property on those grounds.
What?
Well, then we would just disagree on a definition of property, I guess. I don't see property as like a, atomized, individualistic, Ron Swanson, like I'm going to partition off this chunk of land, but I can see, owning a space in regards to, a family owning a farm, roommates, sharing a house together, a township sharing a region that encompasses the members of that township, that kind of thing. I don't think that it's relevant to think of human existence on an area in, like I said, like this Ron Swanson, very atomized way. It just ahistorical. It's a figment.
So like the reason why we introduced this concept of property in the first place, like what a property right is doing is it's a conflict avoiding norm. So we have this, we have scarcity, which implies that there can be conflicts over scarce goods. And it's how do you resolve these conflicts? Who should win in a conflict is basically the answer given. So the person who should win is said to have the property right there. So that is where property comes in. It's I take a stick from nature, and because anybody else coming in there and trying to take it from me, they would be initiating a conflict. By the NEP, I have a property right in that stick. But having this notion of, well, everybody owns everything, just, right off the bat, the problem with that is it implies a contradiction, because if we have, say, a group of people A through Z, and they each are said to commonly own a stick. What happens when we have a conflict between A and B over what is to be done with that stick? So A wants to use it to spearfish.
Yeah, like exactly, Theseus.
Time for some anarcho-fartism.
Anarcho-fartism? Okay. Down with the anti-farts. Archangel, thank you for the $10 dono. Let's go. Chat, we're down to 15 anti-farts.
Fish, and B doesn't want to use it for this purpose. How could you resolve this conflict? Well, there are basically two ways. Either it's used for spearfishing, which means A wins, or it's not used for spearfishing, which means B wins. There are no alternatives here, right? But either option here implies a contradiction, because
I feel like using a stick, I think, is faulty because there happens to be so many sticks. Hypothetically, people could fight over like a really good stick they both like, but I think a larger, more practical example would be, do we dam the river and use that, dam to generate energy that way, or do we do something else with the river that is, more impactful?
Right, I mean, it's the same thing. Either the dam is built across the river, or it isn't, right? So
Correct.
Either A wins the conflict, or B wins. So, but either option implies contradiction, because if A is said to be the one who should win this conflict, then B didn't own the stick. And if B is said to be the one who should win the conflict, then A didn't own it.
What's their method of...
It's okay, I'm sure
what's
they
their
understand.
method of arbitration for this? Like what is their means of settling the difference that's not like, the might or the word of the king or the word of the pope or whatever? How are they going about settling, this difference?
Well, this argument would apply to whatever means they use. Maybe they flip a coin, maybe they see who can run a foot race faster, whatever means they use to break this tie, it implies that one of them didn't own it. But the assumption was that everybody in the set owns a stick. So either way, you have a contradiction. No matter how you're deciding which one should win, you're going to have a contradiction arise.
I disagree. It's either going to be, the people tend to live in, or don't tend to live, people...
Yeah, this is an odd argument to make. Like, what about in a very, 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 very specific instance? And it's just like, I mean, sure, maybe, but also, like, they're gonna figure it out, or someone else will figure it out for them, because, like, that's how people work. Like, come on now. God. We've had to figure out how to take turns and share for ages, and that can quite easily exist outside of a, like, economic system, or outside of a capitalistic economic system.
Live in groups and bands and tribes and cities and nations and stuff, and they decide generally collectively how resources and land is distributed, or what are the qualifications of use and stuff like that.
But so let's say they collectively decide that it should be used for spearfishing. That implies that B doesn't own the stick, because he said that it said that he shouldn't be the one who's victorious over this conflict, right? It said that he shouldn't be one. B should not be the one to control the stick. So that, but the assumption was that everybody
by either.
That was the initial assumption, that everybody in the set owns the stick.
Yeah, if a tribe comes together and they decide that they want to dam the river, then if the vote was 80% one way and 20% the other, then that is what's decided. And it's not whether one person owns the river or not. It's what does the collection of people living within access to the river, what do they think is the best use of the land that's within their domain?
Right, but then you still have this contradiction, because, for however they've gone about
you keep
deciding
saying
this.
Contradiction.
Yeah. So because the initial assumption,
like, these aren't contradictions. These are just, like, people needing to settle disputes, which you can do without, like, personal property rights.
Saying contradiction, like what do you mean
So the initial assumption was that every single person, all of them, A through Z, they all collectively own this stick. That is the initial assumption. And then we get to some conflict.
I think you like using the stick. I think that you like using the stick example because it's easier to think of these on a very individualistic scale, which is why I keep using a river example and a collection of people.
So they all collectively own the river, right? A says we should have a dam across the river. B says we shouldn't have this dam across the river. And then for whatever reason, they collectively decide that there should be a dam there. Well, that means that B didn't own the dam. It said that he shouldn't be the one to control the dam.
He was outvoted.
Yes,
he was just outvoted. He lost his case.
Which means that which means that B doesn't own the dam, right?
He owns it just fine because he's still part of the community, unless he decides that he is so upset with the decision that he's like, screw this, I'm going to go live by myself in the middle of, I'm going to ditch this and join another community or go be a hermit or something.
Well, ownership
that's up to him to decide.
Ownership just refers to the right to control something. So I own my body because I have a right to control it.
If they own it.
But B didn't have the right to control this dam.
He put his vote forward in the council, and his decision wasn't adopted, but he still gets to live there. In this hypothetical.
But that means he didn't have the right to control it.
Yes, he did. He submitted a vote.
No, because if B had the right to control the dam, then if B had the right to control the river, then the dam wouldn't have been built. Because that's what B wanted to be done with the river. He didn't want the dam to be built. So if he had the right to control what happens to the river, then the dam isn't built.
He made his case,
These evolving examples are just so weird to me. Like, I don't necessarily know that there aren't other ways to solve this than just like basic ownership rights, I guess. Thank you, Gayfesh.
A percentage of people voted in his favor, but not the majority. And so the group decided to go a different way, and he can stay with the group. And, I'm not always happy to do dishes, but between, my wife and I, we divvy up the household chores and we decide, one way or the other, what's going to take place. This person, put forward their case on that there should not be a dam, and they happen to lose, and they can decide to remain a part of the community, or they could decide that was so grievous that they're...
This is more curiosity over any pro-fart agender.
I'm glad my farts intrigue you. My dude, thank you for the raid. We are watching Radical Reviewer debate an anarcho-capitalist, and also farting around. You can either basically every $2 I will say the word farts, and however, we've also added the rule that you can donate against farts, and currently there are 10 anti-farts. So, just keeping you abreast of the whole fart situation. Hey, Shanakin Lock. Is this guy anti-voting? Is that what he's getting at? Well, Miggs, he's an anarcho-capitalist. He's not, like, he doesn't believe in voting, really. He believes in, like, money. Like, that's... my goodness.
You're going to go exist as a hermit outside of society, or join a different society.
Right, and the thing that is so grievous to them is that they weren't allowed to control what happens with the river. So they didn't own the river.
Yeah,
but the initial assumption was that he did own the river.
They don't have monopoly say. They have a say within, their chunk of the group. They have their, one vote, for example. Hypothetically, this is a democracy and not, a monarchy or a fiefdom or something.
Right, but that's the whole point of this argument here, is that you have to have this, as you describe it, monopoly say. You have to have exclusive property rights. There's no sense of having these collective property rights. They don't make any sense, because ownership just means the right to control something.
They make sense.
Yeah, but you controlling something has to be enforced by something. That's kind of the issue, right? As opposed to a communal ownership, which doesn't necessarily have that tension.
It's just as I said, this band of people live in an area with access to the river. Some people put forward the concept that they want to build a dam. Some make their case against it. Some make their case for it. And the case for it wins the vote. And the people who voted against it will probably continue living with their society, or they can say, goodbye, family and friends. I will go be a hermit, or I will go join a different society. What's not working here? It's how civilizations have worked, forever.
Oh no. He's discovering that societies don't always operate on free market ideals. That's crazy.
Yes, but then because B didn't get his way with this dam, that means what it would mean for B to get his way with the dam.
Oh man, you guys have no idea how much I'd love it if we heard a Coconut Island in this. This would be very great. I would love that. I don't know that Radical Reviewer will do that, but you never know.
Dam means that B has the right to control it, right? He owns the dam. That's what it means for him to get his way with it. But he didn't get his way with it.
In proportion to his vote. If he's one of 100 tribal members, then he has his, 1% of the vote for what to be done with it, along with anyone he could convince to join his cause.
No, you can't have 1/100th of control over something. It doesn't make sense. Either the thing
you do because you're a tribal member of 100 people, and you have this river within your domain of tribal region, and if you put it to a vote, the number of votes that go towards one decision versus another is what determines what goes forward.
So either right, the dam is built or it isn't. So there isn't a way to have 1/100th of the dam built, and then A gets his way, and then 1/100th of the dam isn't built, and then B gets his way. It doesn't make sense, right? So maybe even simpler is, let's say there are only Crusoe and Friday. They're the only people who exist, right? Crusoe wants to build the dam.
No, there's no societies that are only two people, unless we're like Lewis and Clark in the middle of nowhere, and even then they're relying on tribal connections to function.
It's a hypothetical scenario.
Sure, but I mean, I like to try and keep things in the real, world where people are living in, groups of, a few hundred or more.
Right, but it highlights why what I'm getting at here with this simpler scenario. So there are literally only Crusoe and Friday. Everybody else.
I'll hear it out.
Okay, yeah. So Crusoe wants to build this dam, and Friday says, no, you shouldn't build that dam. How do you resolve that conflict there? If they both own it, either the dam is built or it isn't, how do you resolve?
I mean, part of the problem here is that he can't really grasp the idea of how do you solve this problem? Well, it would be whether or not building the dam would be a good idea is highly dependent on why the dam is being built. Like, the why doesn't enter into like his calculation. It's the, do we need to build a dam? Why do we need to build a dam? And having that conversation.
Resolve this scenario. They can't vote about it, because Crusoe is just going to vote for Crusoe, and Friday's going to vote for Friday, or else there wouldn't be a conflict. So how do you resolve that conflict?
This is called conversation.
From my perspective, from if I can speak on behalf of all anarcho-communist types or whatever, there are a lot of ways of making decisions collectively. You could have a monarchy, or you can have a representative democracy or something. In this case, with only two people, ideally they're not going to result to violence and might makes right, and one kills the other or something, but they will each make their case, and hopefully one convinces the other.
Right, so there are many ways to make collective decisions, but which way is correct?
So I think that there's a phrase that Michael Albert uses in a couple of his books that I like, which is people should have a say over decisions in proportion to the degree they are affected by them. So I don't have a lot of say over what goes on in a river in New Zealand, for example. But I might have a lot more, proportional say over, what's the example he uses? If you're in a workplace and you want to put a picture on your desk that's one thing. But if you want to play, put out a Bluetooth speaker and blast, Dying Fetus or Infant Annihilator at full volume, the people within earshot might have something to say about that.
Okay, so given this principle of you have a say to the degree that you're affected by it, who should win?
Yeah, the fact that we have like stock companies and we have like partial ownership or like really flies in the face of his argument here, right? Like the argument he's making is extremely silly.
In Crusoe or Friday?
Good night, Robert Adset.
Right, who should win, Crusoe or Friday?
Well, they can each make their, they should make their case to each other. Who is, one can make their case that, this dam is going to be really necessary because I require a power supply for this or that reason, and the other might say, well, the dam is not as essential as access to fishing, which I require for this or that reason, and they make their case to each other.
All right, so they make their case to each other, and neither of them is convinced.
Correct.
Crusoe wants to make this dam, and Friday's like, no, this is a bad idea. So who should win this conflict? They can't decide on it. They can't agree on it because law isn't here to study when people agree to things. It's here to study when people don't agree to things. Who has justice on their side here?
I guess they're going to end up like that Dr. Seuss story where the two people come face to face and neither one wants to step to the side, and they exist forever not moving while the rest of the world moves around them.
Right, but then you have a hole in your theory here. You have a property theory which can't account for this situation.
What's not to be accounted for? Sucks for them. Either they just keep butting heads forever, or one of them chooses to move on.
So then the dam isn't built.
That's how we do things in the real world.
So then the dam doesn't get built.
I didn't clarify that.
Okay, so the dam does get built.
I didn't.
Does this guy just not have basic comprehension? What?
Conclusion on what happens, or they part ways.
You sound very much like Jim Taggart. I didn't say that one, but so right, it's your property theory has to account for this scenario, right? You have to say, right, okay, either Crusoe has justice on his side, either Crusoe is in the right, or he's not in the right. The middle is excluded. Either Crusoe is in the right, or he's not, right? So you have to account for the scenario within your property theory, whereas your property theory is incomplete, right? So how do you account for this? Who should win?
This happens all the time, though. I mean, if you have a house full of roommates and people decide who's going to take out the garbage, and if everyone refuses to take out the garbage, then the place fills up with garbage and everyone suffers. And eventually someone decides to take out the garbage or pay their portion of the rent. I was at a bar with a friend of mine just the other day, and he'd said that out of his 5 housemates, one of them...
No, the dog is the anarcho-capitalist.
Stop paying rent for 2 months, and then everyone's like, hey, this was the agreement on being a part of this group, and you are no longer
dog is our hero
sitting within this agreement.
Good
so
night,
you can no longer
Avalon of
live
Babylon.
within this domain.
Right, so I agree this is a thing that happens all the time. What you've recognized here is the fact of scarcity.
Okay, good. So it's not a contradiction.
No. I'm saying, how do you resolve it? This is a thing that happens all the time. It's called conflict, right? So how do you resolve conflicts? Who should win in a conflict? That's the question posed by law. So how do you resolve it in this base case of just Crusoe and Friday? How do you decide who wins?
It will be decided how it's decided in the real world. They each make their case, and if one of them, convinces the other, then that's the winner, or they'll part ways, or they'll just stay butting heads as the rest of the world moves on around them. That's what's going to happen in the real world if you were to have 2 people deciding what to do with a river.
So let's say
maybe another group of people, a larger group of people that, lives within the domain, they have, put up to a vote and stuff, and they're more able to come to an agreement than these 2.
Right, so this is just the base case of conflict, where one person wants to do something, another person doesn't want him to do that.
I know, and you're struggling, it's crazy.
No, I'm not the one struggling
Damn,
here. So,
Radical Reviewer getting a little spicy. Oh damn! I wasn't expecting that 1-2 paw punch.
You have to account for this base case in your property theory. Like, this is the first thing you have to be able to account for. So how do you determine this? Like, yeah. So either they'll agree, in which case law isn't studying that situation, or they don't agree, and maybe they start fighting over it. And how do you determine who's correct in that fight? How do you determine whether Crusoe is allowed to kill Friday, or Friday is allowed to kill Crusoe? If it comes to that, right? Crusoe starts building the dam, and Friday starts throwing dynamite at the dam to stop it being built. Who's in the right there?
I guess they should write up a constitution. Maybe
who's in the right there? I mean, I guess whoever wins. Like, if you're trying to kill each other at that point, then I guess whoever wins the fight. Well, like, if you escalate it to that point, yeah. Who wins? Guy with bigger rock.
a Bill of Rights or something. Maybe get some other members in their society where they could try and, sway what should be the norm.
Right, okay, so Crusoe writes up a constitution that says, hear ye, right. Amendment number 1, dams are allowed to be built. And then Friday goes, I'm not ratifying that constitution. How do you resolve this conflict then? They haven't agreed on it.
Right. Or still back at square one. Either one convinces the other convinces the other. Maybe more members join their group, or they part ways.
Let's say they don't do any of those things,
right?
I
think we're running the drain. I think we're running the drain on this one. I think that if we want to talk about solving conflicts, because I had a note here, because I watched your video on what was it? The law one. It's like your most viewed video on law, right? And I was interested to see, because that was my biggest complaint in Rothbard's book, is that if you have various court systems and then the Supreme Court system, I thought that you're recreating a government. So I had come up with...
Yeah, that does sound like you're recreating a government there.
Like this thought experiment that I thought would be answered by your video, but I felt like it wasn't. Let's imagine there's a neighborhood, and one person in the neighborhood develops a hoarding disorder, and their property starts having a rat problem that's impacting the other people in the neighborhood. What means of arbitration is solving that problem? In your, let's imagine this is, Liquid Zulu land.
So, right off the bat, I want to be clear here that there are two ways to address this question. There is the way as the jurist, right, Liquid Zulu as a jurist, what is the objectively correct legal answer to this? Because either the lady's allowed to hoard or she's not. And then there's, okay, now that we have this objective legal theory, how can we try and apply this in society, right? Because it is definitely the case that maybe, they just can't decide on an arbitrator, and they've got to start fighting about it. That's just the reality of the situation. Is that the NEP is a magic spell.
What's the means of arbitration?
Well,
I could tell you how it would work in our current society. I could tell you how it would work in my ideal society. Let's say.
Sure. So I'm not proposing.
But I'm interested in,
This is why the distinction is important. When I'm talking about anarcho-capitalist, I'm not talking about some specific society as an ideal society where I decide what the bureaucratic structure is going to look like. Because that's the whole point of having a market there. I can tell you what I would expect to occur, just speaking as an economist, but not as a social planner, because I'm not a social planner. I don't think that's a valid... I don't think politics is a valid area of philosophy at all.
Really? I feel like philosophy very much informs politics.
Sure. So what is the ideal method of arbitration for this case? In what would be how you would see things play out in a market, let's say.
So to be clear, this wouldn't be the ideal. The ideal would be that nobody initiates any conflicts ever. This is just what I expect as an economist.
That's not going to happen, right?
Sure. So what I expect
as an economist, like, man, you got a degree in this and you became an ANCAP. Oh.
As an economist, is that these people would have insurance firms that they basically subscribe to. And these insurance firms provide the service of security. And so this lady is like breeding a bunch of rats and sending them out or whatever. and I don't want these rats on my property. And then there's a conflict. I'm saying, hey, this lady should clean up her house or whatever. And then my insurance firms will have some sort of an agreement where we go to some pre-agreed upon arbitrator, and then whatever the arbitrator says, like that's final, right? Another possibility would be have like a homeowners association or some sort of covenant contract.
Oh my god.
In which case, like it might say in the covenant, hear you.
I mean, a homeowners association sounds like a government, no?
No, because it's voluntary. It's agreed upon. just like deciding upon how you're going to do.
That thing you just described sounds an awful lot like government. No, because it's voluntary. He just keeps recreating government. Like the way evolution keeps reinventing crabs. The government would be so much improved if it was like more like homeowner associations. Are you kidding me?
Divvy up rent or whatever. It's an actual contract-based system.
Yeah, but if you live within the domain, you agree to the contract, or you are no longer allowed to live within the domain, and you have to fuck off, for lack of a better word.
Yes, but this would be based not on like a social contract or anything like that, where we just somebody just decreed that, hey, I own all of this territory now. I didn't homestead it. I just own all of it, and now you're going to follow this constitution.
So what if our house is outside of that houses association?
Well, then of course you can't go for the homeowners association route. That was just one possibility. The
children
you presumably want to live next to people who are following certain sets of rules, which is why you'd expect.
Yeah, but I feel like that leans more towards anarcho-communism, then, right? People collectively deciding the people that live within this domain follow a set of rules and have expectations amongst each other.
No, because it's not based on a collective property right. So the one way you could set up a covenant contract is, let's say we want a community where nobody is allowed to paint their house red, and the way you would set that up is you have a contract where, on the condition that you own your house fully and completely, but on the condition that you paint your house red, your house then thereby transfers title of it to somebody else. The foreman of the community, who's then going to sell it on to somebody else and use the money to pay for repairs to get it painted some nicer color. And that's how you do it. So there isn't collective property rights here at all. It's all private property rights.
All right. So how's the issue assuaged?
Yeah, sounds very government.
Well, if you have a restrictive covenant which says that you're not allowed to be disgusting and hoard or whatever, and breed rats in your house, then that on the condition, then she meets the condition, and the ownership of her house then cedes to somebody else. The guy who's appointed by this community to be the guy who the house then transfers to in such situations, and he sorts out the situation. Well, if there isn't such a covenant, then it would go to the insurance firms. It's like, I'm making a claim against this lady. I think she's aggressing against me. And then they bring it before court. And the judge might say, this is aggression. Or I might say, no, this isn't aggression. That would be how it would play out, generally.
Is the person forced from their home, or?
Yeah, well, it's not their home anymore, right?
Full Dong TV. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Sure. So they're forced from where they're homesteading?
Yeah. Because they transfer title to somebody else. And then this guy can come in with his guns and say, you're getting out of here.
Yeah, that would be like a state, right? That they have,
no, it wouldn't be like a state.
Decree on arbitration within it. I mean, it's the house's hold is, homesteaded by this person, and they are doing with their property what they wish. But because they have they're existing within a collection of other people, then that government has a monopoly on arbitration within that region and is allowed to kick the person out.
I said nothing about a monopoly on arbitration. Like, this lady can go to her insurance firm. She can call them up and say, hey, I didn't violate this covenant contract. This guy's trying to kick me out of my house. It's still my house. And then, her security guards can come along, and then they can sort out that way if she wants.
I love that he's now touching on, like, security guards and stuff, because that's basically the downfall of like anarcho-capitalism, right? Like at a certain point you can just buy more and more people when you have more and more wealth, and what winds up happening is just like recreating feudalism. Like which of your feudal monetary lords do you serve? You know, like the bedrock of his ideology is actually right there when he talks about like, oh well, her security guards could come down and sort it out. Like he's already given away like the flaw in his system, really.
But what you said there was what the situation was assuming that there is some covenant here where she has agreed to, on the condition that she hoards and breeds rats in her house and sends those rats out, that she thereby transfers title of her house to the guy who runs the community or whatever. So under such a situation, she doesn't own the house anymore. She's transferred it to it. It'd be the exact same way as if she sold him the house, right? She has transferred title of the house to him.
Thanks,
So it's not like a
Spectral
state.
And if
Thanks for being a part of
if
it.
hoarding is not stipulated within their social contract amongst that neighborhood, she just gets to continue as things are unless the contract's amended, basically.
Yeah, basically, unless it can be shown by someone that she's committing aggression, because the NEP justifies like the very root level, the outer bounds of what is allowable, and then you can make extra rules on top of that, but you have to figure out how to make those rules within a system of contracts. If somebody finds some way, some loophole within your rules where it's like, there's this image I saw online a while ago where they had a homeowners association where you're not allowed to build a shed in your garden or like a shelter for your horses, but you are allowed to build patio furniture. So you just built very, very large patio furniture. It's like, yeah, I mean, he followed the homeowners association's rules there, and if they don't like that, and then they can suck it up and try and make a better contract next time.
I don't see how this is necessarily different than any other, distinct in any other way of arbitration. Like obviously like a king or something has final say in that sort of way. A democratic decision-making process has a say in that sort of way. But if you have this homeowners association, if you have insurance companies that might refer to some sort of judicial system, like eventually you have what's the joke is like government TM or Mick government or something as your private, not quite a government but definitely does everything a government does government.
Well, it doesn't do everything a government does, because you don't have to sign up for any of this shit. You can just say, no, I don't want any insurance firms, I don't want to be part of any homeowners associations, I'm just going to live here on my own and I don't care about any of it, and that's completely.
Okay, but what in that case, what preserves your rights? What prevents like a private military from rolling in and violating your rights? Like what actually prevents that?
Completely fine. You're allowed to do that.
And you're allowed to aggress on their domain?
No.
As an individual?
That's what I'm saying. Aggression is the objective legal code, which forms the outline of this.
So you don't get to live there. So you don't get to live there.
You don't get to live where you aren't, where it's not your property. Like that's basic stuff. Like if you want to live in this community, then you gotta purchase one of the properties in there, and that comes along with a covenant contract.
Yeah, collective ownership. Yeah.
No, it's not collective ownership. How is this collective ownership? Where's the collective ownership in this system I've set out?
Because it's a housing association, and there's stipulations for who, the rules for who gets to live within that domain. And if you don't agree to those rules, you get to be, whatever, like a refugee living on the street within the domain, or you leave and go to some other society or live as a hermit, I guess.
And how does this imply collective property rights?
You're literally collectivizing to ensure your rights. You're like literally that's literally the entire thing that is happening.
Because it is a domain where a bunch of people live, and they have established a set of rules if you want to live within that domain amongst them, and if you disagree and you want to be some private resident.
Radical reviewer, it's oh. I feel like there's only so many times you can restate this.
That doesn't follow those rules, you either are a refugee within that domain and not, welcome there, and their system of arbitration or whatever will deal with your breaking of the rules, or you leave, you go be a hermit, or you go join a different society.
So again, ownership just means the right to control something. In this covenant community, which I've outlined here, which are the multiple, where's the group of people which collectively have a right to control something?
Check the voting register of the homeowners association, I guess.
So you think
a list of people?
So you think everybody in the homeowners association collectively owns something?
Yeah, they collectively own the domain over which they are establishing rules of conduct that is acceptable within that domain.
No, because I said earlier that you own your individual house, just completely and fully, but you have a contract set up where on the condition that you paint it red or breathe.
You tortured yourself watching Sam Cedar debating anarcho-capitalist / libertarian colors. I think you mean you treated yourself to mind ice cream watching Sam Cedar debating anarcho-capitalist / libertarian colors. Watching Sam debate libertarians is like watching, I don't know, a swan in its natural environment or something. Something poetic and beautiful. Mind cream. Okay, never mind. Moment ruined.
Breed rats or whatever it is, then you thereby agree to transfer title to some other person, some other individual person, right? There is no collective ownership required.
Do you own it if a forceful transfer of your title is always on the table if you break rules within a region?
I don't see what exactly is forceful about it. I'm not sure what that would mean. But you own it up until the point when you have contractually agreed to give it away. Just the exact same way where, I might say to someone, if this coin comes out with heads within the next 10 flips, I agree to give the coin to you, right? I could do that. And then if the coin comes out with heads, I wouldn't be able to say, no, fair, I take it back. I have already agreed beforehand that the coin then becomes theirs. They're allowed to keep that coin and take it from me. There is no aggression there.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I guess we already...
The delayed effect of a Sam Cedar debate against a conservative can be very powerful. We can't be sure. We can't be sure. But I think Sam Cedar had a lot to do with Steven Crowder's downfall.
We live in, Anarcho-capitalist then, because, someone can buy a house and they sign a contract with conditions. And if they, if they refuse to, fit within the parameters that are established by the contract, then they forfeit property ownership.
So what this relies upon is the theory of contracts. I'm basing this on the title transfer theory of contracts.
Stew on that for 30 seconds. I'm going to hit the head and I'll be right back.
All right.
I should hit mute just for good measure. Oh no, I'm not on that thing.
I love that he's proposing to get rid of the entire government and replace it with homeowner associations.
At some point, I'm gonna circle back to where is it? Yeah, collective property is a contradiction in terms, or perhaps.
Oh, ANCAPs are very much related to SOVSITs. This is true. Yeah.
Hello, sorry about that.
Hello. So yes, you were saying that.
Where were we?
You were saying that we already live in Ancapistan, because you buy a house and you sign a contract and agree to it. I am assuming what you're getting at there is that you agree to like some sort of social contract with the state, and then you agree to the state's rules by buying a house within that state. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah. I mean, not unlike your homeowners association, yeah.
Sure, so what this would rely upon is that the state already owns your house before you get there, but this isn't the case.
I did not
the state didn't homestead all of the land, so I live under the Scottish government right now. The Scottish government didn't go out there and have some guy homestead every last hill and moor all across these lovely isles, right? That didn't happen, right? They didn't own all of this land. They just had enough swords, presumably, and they said, right, we own this now. This is ours. This is our territory. That isn't how ownership claims are established, though. Ownership claims are established by initial occupation, called homesteading, right? That's how you establish an ownership claim. If they did that, and then they could sell off individual little parcels.
What makes a nation's border less homesteaded than the housing association?
That they didn't initially occupy it. They didn't go out there.
I mean,
and homestead it.
They don't have a maps and diagrams showing the boundaries of the nation.
They do, but that's just a claim. They haven't actually gone out there and fenced it in or whatever. That didn't happen.
And what makes that different than the homeowners association claiming, the boundaries?
The homeowners association did do that. They did go out there and build these houses and whatnot.
What did they do?
Went out there and built those houses and whatnot.
Yeah, just like all around, Scotland, let's say there, or at least I know in the U.S. when you go down the highways and stuff, there's fences and telephone poles and all kinds of, infrastructure all over the place.
That was built long after they already claimed the territory. B, it doesn't encompass the entire United States, or the entirety of Scotland in this case. C, they're building that with
it doesn't
stuff
exist
they plundered.
instantaneously, has to be made.
Yeah, but they
that's
don't want
your point, right? Your point is that they went to. I don't want to get off of my my thing with the rats. I've been watching some hoarders lately, and so it's intriguing to me, this idea of like, what can a person do within their domain that's not hurting people, like going up and assaulting them, but it's like harmful to the community. It's interesting to think about that. But to get off of that just a little bit, I think the idea of homesteading as a claim to land is interesting, because if I'm living, back to river examples, downriver, and a tree line upriver from me is keeping my house from being flooded, but you own, because homesteading involves that you've done something to, cultivate or build upon the land, right? Is the idea?
Yes, that would be one way of homesteading.
It's the nebulous idea of what you can tend, you can keep.
Another way is just embordering. Basically, the principle here is that property is exclusion.
And that goes back to nations. Nations border their boundaries.
No.
Yep. Like he keeps reinventing government. Dude, like he can't not.
Border their boundaries. Cities border their boundaries.
No state has ever done any sort of embordering.
What's the meaningful distinction?
Embordering would be something like, I find, somewhere out in the middle of Siberia or whatever. Nobody's ever gone there before. And I build a big fence, and I use this fence to circle some land. I would then own the land in the middle of that circle. That's embordering. I've embordered that land. I've put up an actual objective physical border. Not I drew a line on the map and said, that's mine now, and then walked on. Because if you think about it this way, if an alien came down and plopped himself down in the middle of Antarctica, or Siberia, to keep the example safe, you would have absolutely no way at all of determining that this is clearly claimed by the Russian government. If these imperceptible claims, that's why it's incorrect. It's false to say that is a legitimate property.
Anything you can wall in is yours. What the hell, dude?
Claim. You can't. That's why homesteading can't be just hear ye. I claim that I now own the moon, because property borders have to be objective. They have to be objective. Everybody has to be able to see them. They have to actually pertain to reality. I have to be able to go in there and somehow determine that Russia owns this.
I don't know if you have...
Fenry, I think he's trying to describe what the basis of ownership is under his system. Like, at some point, someone started out by and fencing an area. And that's, like, the basis of, like, what claims are. This is insane, dude. It sounds like colonialism to me. Yeah, he's just inventing colonies again.
You know, like some wilderness out by where you're at, but you know, like people will do their property line by like a little pink ribbon every so many feet, like this kind of thing. You mean?
They would have to sort.
Is it possible to?
They couldn't just put up a pink ribbon like every so few feet. They'd have to actually like start excluding people. So it would have to like connect between these fence posts or whatever.
Is it possible for a coastline to be a barrier?
Yes, but you'd have to, you know, it'd have to be clear that this is a barrier. I'd have to be able to actually go in there and see, oh, that's somebody's house there.
So the United States is homesteaded. We've got a contingent border along the north and south and coasts on the east and west?
No, because there are already people living in the US when the US doesn't even have a full border, right? There are gaps in it. And there are already people there. There are already people who had made property. So I wouldn't be allowed to, in the same example with Siberia, if there was a guy standing there, I wouldn't be allowed to quickly plop a fence all around him and cage him in and be like, hey, I own you now. Like, no, that would be aggression against him.
I'm fascinated by this man's brain.
Moving on, I guess, from the border thing, but taking it back to the rivers and tree thing, because a lot of times people define homesteading as a use of a thing, and it feels wrong to say, you know, there's a community downstream and they have their whole thing all set up, but their, you know, protection from flooding is contingent on the continued existence of the tree line upstream. And one guy comes and is like, hey, you know, I'm going to make a bunch of money on these trees, and they have homesteaded it by cutting the trees down. But what they have done has impacted, you know, a whole community of people downstream, you know, irreparably.
Right, so this would be, you know, maybe like these trees are forming some sort of like a restriction to the water in some way. And then you get rid of these trees and then suddenly water comes rushing down.
Roots or something.
To somebody's house. Then, yeah, that would be an aggression committed against them. Because they are using their house in a way which is incompatible with your use of those trees. So you'd be initiating a conflict.
But do they put a little fence around the trees, or what is their means of homesteading the trees upstream from their, you know, the borders of their town?
Well, you can presumably see the house. You can see that it's there. You can investigate and go, okay, if I cut these trees down, then it's going to flood those houses. You know, because it's like a dam or whatever. And then I wouldn't be allowed to take them down. So it would be still objective. I can objectively see, yeah, if I do this, then it's going to damage that property there.
Interesting. So they've homesteaded it without doing anything to the tree line. They're not even, you know, occupying or engaging in that land, but they just happen to live downstream from it, and they homestead upstream as well.
It would be the same way as, you know, I'm not allowed to use those trees in certain ways. I'd be allowed to like build a tree house in them, but I'm not allowed to use them in every way. Just as, you know, if the tree was, you know, there is no river or whatever, and the tree is right next to the guy's house, I wouldn't be allowed to saw it in such a way that it falls into his house and breaks his shed or whatever. Right? It's the exact same thing. I would have to cut those, if I want those trees, I'd have to figure out a way to cut them down without damaging the property around them.
And if you did, what's the means of arbitration?
So again, are you asking me as an economist here?
Yeah, sure.
So as an economist, I imagine that this guy who has a house, he'd have some sort of insurance on that house, and the insurance would be like, hey, buddy, you destroyed this house when you cut down that tree. Come to arbitration, and the arbitration is on this day. We're going to try you in front of this judge, and you know, if you're found guilty, then you're going to pay for this.
And how do they make them appear before arbitration?
They can't. If the guy doesn't appear, though, you know, his defense is going to be pretty shoddy. Right?
Oh no!
Presumably, he'd want to show up so that he can actually defend himself, but he doesn't have to.
So what's the means of enforcement after the judge finds him guilty?
Yeah, I mean, why would he appear in front of the other person's arbitration that has no bearing on him? I wouldn't do that.
Well, it does have a bearing on him, because if he's found guilty, then suddenly he's got an entire insurance firm coming after him. We're going to take that money from him one way or another.
They're going to aggress on him?
No, I didn't say that.
I mean that he's
okay.
not you know, underneath their insurance. He has no contract with them.
Boo-hoo, right?
What
He still
enforcement do they have
owes his
against
money.
him?
It's again, so the NEP isn't about we all agree to this certain arbitration procedure. The NEP is an objective legal standard. Everybody's under it, whether they want to be under it or not. This is again the conflation between some specific society.
This guy is so silly.
How do you reckon it would work out? Versus what is the objectively true legal answer here?
My disagreement with you right now isn't in regards to the NEP specifically, but how is this insurance system supposed to hold to account this person that is not, you know, within their jurisdiction? If there is no, hey, everyone within this jurisdiction has to, you know, apply by these laws or has to go to court, or there's like a police force, or if none of that exists, like what is the mode of, you know, force, aggression, coercion that is going to be used by this insurance company to protect their client?
So the way they would bring him to task on this, the way they would you know, make sure he pays his due, is they would investigate who he is. They'd go, okay, he lives over here. We're going to go ahead and take this money from him, you know, because we've got a bunch of guns and stuff. That's how I reckon they would bring him to task on this.
Does he have money?
Oh god, so the insurance firms are the most well armed in town. Great.
If he doesn't,
Does he have
then
money?
if he doesn't, then you know this insurance company is kind of screwed. They're not going to get their money back, right?
Okay.
That's their problem. That's not my problem.
Using the same currency. Why are these two people using the same currency?
Gold, right? Maybe there's gold around. He has this amount of gold. It takes this amount of gold to rebuild this house. So that's what we're going to take from him.
Yeah, he doesn't have any gold, and he's not, you know, under the jurisdiction of that insurance company.
So he has just nothing to his name.
He has no reason to engage. He has no reason to engage. Well, he's got his house and stuff, but there's not gold in it.
Well,
He's
then
not
start
a gold miner or anything.
Then start pulling planks off the house to rebuild the house that you destroyed.
So you're going to aggress on his property?
No, that's not aggression.
Under what jurisdiction? What right do they have to start tearing his house apart?
The property right in the house that he destroyed.
What right do they have to his property?
This would be a form of, it would be A, restitution because they're paying back the victim, and B, retribution because he deliberately went about and destroyed this guy's house. So that means the victim is allowed to destroy his house.
Terrible system.
Eye for an eye.
Here's how I can see it happening in the real world.
Drago, you called it.
Is that they are all under the jurisdiction of, you know, a township, a city, state, a nation, or whatever. And then there's rules, a criminal justice system and stuff that has this, you know, monopoly on arbitration for the region in question. And the one person is able to take the other person to court to task. But under your system, I mean, there's no such thing. That person has no reason to engage with the insurance company of the other person. And now all of a sudden they're getting their house torn apart by this foreign insurance company that has no jurisdiction over them.
That's the reason to engage. That is the reason to engage with this insurance company, because now he's getting his house torn down by them. That is the reason why he'd want to engage with them.
So you're saying that you would prefer,
Stop, he's
so you
already
don't
dead.
Want everyone living with...
How much do I have to pay to make this stop? All I know is I need $22 to fart once more. That's what I know.
In this region has, you know, a set of laws, and they have a criminal justice system that they can...
And also I know that you need to hit the follow button or subscribe button if you're over on YouTube, and hit the like button on the goddamn YouTube stream, because it's nice, and that would be really nice. And also, if you like my content, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is what allows me to live and continue making content.
Can appeal to, you know, jury of their peers, a constitution, bill of rights, and all this stuff. You don't want that. You want roving insurance company gangs that are tearing apart a person's house that is not even, you know, under their jurisdiction because they're looking for gold the person doesn't have.
FF.
Sounds pretty horrible
Free farts.
to me.
If they're doing it in adherence with the NEP, I don't see the problem. So again, this is again, I need to stress here, Are you asking me as an economist or as a jurist? Because there's a different answer. I'm answering as an economist. How do I expect this would play out?
No, quite literally, he's like, well, but what if armed mercenaries just enforce the law on everybody? But my brother in Christ, you're just describing a feudal warlord. You're just reinventing warlords with extra steps.
Okay, so you expect it to, I guess, go poorly, because that's what it sounds like.
That's
What
not
do you
going
expect
poorly.
as a jurist?
Like the victim is getting restituted completely. It seems pretty amicable. So as a jurist,
Hear me out. Cage match between Sargon of Akkad and the historical Sargon of Akkad. Who would win? I mean, I think historical Sargon of Akkad, right? Probably. I have no idea. That really came out of left field.
I think it's far more, just really quick, I think it's far more amicable if they were, living under a, collectively decided upon set of rules and guidelines, and the person was able to take them to court, jury of their peers and all that. I think is a much better method than
by what standard is that more amicable?
Tear their house up. But what's your,
by what standard would that be more amicable?
well, because if you are living under a set of guidelines within your group, let's say Constitution, Bill of Rights, you have some sort of criminal justice system. I mean, this is why we prefer, at least I prefer, a criminal justice system to like blood feuds and the types of things that we had in like ancient times.
Right, but what is the standard of amicability here? I can give you my standard, and that would be the non-aggression principle. I expect such a society where you have these competing insurance firms would be vastly less aggressive than one where you have a state. That is my standard of amicability, so what's yours?
I completely disagree. I think that people existing under
yes, but by what standard?
Boundary within their... They are deciding democratically. People are having a say over choices, preferably in proportion of the degree they are affected by them.
So the standard of amicability,
some sort of constitution, criminal justice system, and stuff like that.
So to be clear, you think that the status system would be more amicable by the standard of democracy? So so the majority of people agree that it would be more amicable.
Yeah, I can send you the link to my wish list. That is random, but all right. Also, I have a throne wish list if any of you would like to gift me spicy underoos, okay? Or cute things or cosplay stuff. Anyway, here is the link. Copy link address. And there you go. There you go. What is Throne? It is a service available to streamers where they allow you to make like gifts, or basically you add things to the wish list, and then people on the internet can buy stuff for me, but like then they don't learn my address, you know? Did that make sense? I feel like that was rambly. River Shards, that was the link to the thing you wanted, right? Hopefully that helped.
Amicable, and therefore it would be more amicable.
I think that you would need, constitutional protection, majority rule, minority rights, that kind of thing.
Aren't you supposed to be an anarcho-communist?
Some sort of... Yeah, of course. So ideally, under a different system, you would have, like, federated, governments, let's say, federated groups of people making decisions over what's happening within their domain.
Right, so again, I'm asking about, like, the standard of why you consider this to be a more amicable system, this very much statist system that you're advocating here, why that would be more amicable. And the standard you gave me was democracy. So is that am I to read from that statism is more amicable because the majority of people agree that it's more amicable? Like, is truth being determined by vote here?
Not to what you're saying. What I'm saying is that if you have a system of there is no overlapping set of rules or norms that are established by the community for how the members of that community should function, but instead it's all of these different roving gangs of insurance companies tearing people's houses apart or whatever.
That sounds
is
terrible.
Less amicable than everyone living under this domain. They follow a constitution of norms. They have a democratic way of establishing what those norms and rules are. People are everyone equal in front of the eyes of the court and jury of your peers, and all of these kinds of things. It's going to be a much more amicable system for everyone involved, rather than this other system that you have established where one person has a bunch of gold, one guy has no gold, he has an insurance company that's running around tearing people's houses up, the other guy's up shit creek or whatever.
Right, so the system you're talking about, that is more amicable than my system. By what standard? I.e., how did you come to determine that this is more amicable? What is the standard of amicability here?
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of shooting himself in the foot here, because he's like, well, just because the majority of people find it amicable doesn't make it amicable. So what is the standard?
The results of those involved within the society. That if we have court systems where everyone's equal above in front of the law and minority rights and stuff like that, that's going to be more amicable for everyone involved than a unequal system where someone with more gold and a bigger insurance company and stuff is allowed to bully or rip up the house of somebody else.
Right, so you keep when I ask you the standard of amicability, you just keep redescribing the system that you consider to be more amicable. But I'm asking, why is it more amicable? By what standard? How did you determine that it was more amicable?
For the participants involved. It is, more
what?
Egalitarian for the participants involved. I'm not sure exactly what word you're looking for here.
So it's egalitarianism then. It's more equal.
Plus, people having a say over decisions in proportion to the degree they're affected is more likely to take place in a situation where there is everyone equal in front of the law. There's some sort of constitution establishing the rules within a given area than your system. Yeah.
Okay, so to put that into a nutshell, the standard of which system is more amicable is it's asking the same question: which system is more equal, and which system has the more democratic decision making?
What I imagine is, okay, let's picture a bully. Sometimes there's bullies. How do you stop a bully? I imagine under your system, there's not an equal distribution of access to insurance. There is not an equal distribution of who has gold or access to gold. There's no equal protections in front of the law. Lots of aggression, lots of room for bullies to be bullies, a big problem. Under a more ideal collective
anti-bully gun.
Access to the arbitration system that everyone falls under, equal access to protection from,
I'm actually really, really tired, chat. It's almost 3 a.m. And we're like about halfway through this. I think I'm gonna end here, end stream here, because I need to eat some food and take my meds and go to bed. I did like an 11-hour stream yesterday. It's been a lot of content. But I will see you all tomorrow, and hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed your stay. And you all have a good night, okay? Bye.